How's everybody doing? I didn't really know what topic to do, so I did one I like to do. I know most of my followers don't really like this, but whatever. I was live earlier today, so just gotta accept it. But we are looking for people who disagree with the background prompt. You disagree with the background prompt and you have evidence to back it up. That's the most important part. There's going to be a lot of people disagree with it, but you're not going to have evidence to back it up. So that's who I'm looking for. We'll see if that happens. It's difficult to get people up when I do this specific stream. Thank you for sharing. Hey, if you guys can help share the live on out, if you could tap the screen to get the likes up, that would be great also. I notice live tends to be a little bit on the quieter end, but if you all could do your thing to help try to get as many people in here as possible, tapping and sharing and engaging in the comments and sending in the heart me if you can. It's all very appreciated. And then hopefully we get enough people to debate with. All right, what are we looking at here? Oof. Trump's approval rating is starting to nosedive again. It's weird that it went up from May 19th to July 13th. 2 months it went up 4 points. Now it went back down 3 points. Just in the last week. Interesting. Alright. Well, let's make sure we talk about the topic actually. Alright, once again, hope you guys are all having a good night, good evening. If you just recently started following me, sorry, I do these lives sometimes. I know most of my followers aren't super interested in this, but I enjoy talking about nutrition and fitness, and I still think RFK is well, an idiot, but I think there's a lot of misinformation out there when it comes to these topics, and I think it's good to dispel the misinformation. Not even specifically about RFK, just in general. I think there's a lot. So I use these, I don't want to say trigger words, but these are words to get people's attention. I can always change the little title of it to add something else, but it seems to get enough attention, I guess. Alright, well, we got 10 people in here. If you all can help out and tap and share and engage in the live, and if you have not sent the heart me yet today, if you can, please do so. It's right there at the top left. Alright. We're gonna be talking with people that do not value science in the least bit. It's gonna get frustrating if they come up. It's gonna get frustrating. Thank you, AI Summary. I appreciate you. Well, I can't answer that. No. Why are you calling me at 7:50 at night? No, thank you. Is a client of mine. What are you doing, man? Hey, sorry, I'm busy at the moment. Mind if I call you back tomorrow morning? All right. Do I stream this to the tube? I do. Yes. Yep, guys. This is on the tube. Same name, Dougielifts, Dougielifts. So, if you're watching on the tube, you should be able to see the number up there to call on in if you want. If you want to be able to debate this. So, just looking for anybody that disagrees with the background title. Seed oils do have a lot of calories, I agree, just as any oils do. Olive oil would, butter, I guess you want to consider an oil, but yeah, they have a lot of calories. So in the sense that they have a lot of oils, I do think you should minimize them, but that's not unique to seed oils. Raw milk is what? Raw milk is bad. You have to read it. Seed oils, artificial sweeteners, and soy aren't bad. Raw milk is. It's referring to the previous sentence. If you just read the raw milk is, then it won't make sense. Do I think Don Jr. ever hunted people for sport? He's a psychopath. I mean, I've heard stories about it. Never really bothered to look into it, to be honest. Raw milk is dangerous. It is. As a per capita thing, it is. Yes. Very few people drink raw milk, so the raw milk advocates will say, well, almost nobody dies or gets sick from it. Well, that's because very few people consume it, yes. But as a per capita basis, people absolutely get salmonella and E. coli and listeria and things like that at much higher rates from raw milk than they do pasteurized milk. And I do have studies to back that up. I worship the government? Sure. Sure. All right, guys, we are looking for opposition. If you think seed oils, artificial sweeteners, and soy are bad, and you think raw milk is a superfood, come on up. All right, what do we got? Let's get to our first guest. Ooh, give me 1 second here. One sec. And how are you doing?
I'm not too bad. How are you?
I am great. Thank you for asking. I just need to know your age first. How old are you?
I'm 18.
You're 18. Alrighty.
18.
And do you disagree with the background?
I do. I think seed oils in particular and soy as well are really bad.
Okay.
Just because of their makeup of, I mean, polyunsaturated fat is structurally unstable in the body.
Okay. So let's talk about soy first. What do you think soy does to humans when they consume it?
Look,
Like, what
to be
health
honest,
issue?
I'm not as like read up on soy, but I know there's phytoestrogens that mimic estrogen in the body, and they can have some estrogenic effects on men.
Okay, but what do the human randomized controlled trials show that when they give human beings soy and then they measure their before and after hormone level, what do those randomized controlled trials show?
Look, the soy or the estrogenic. I mean, obviously, if you're like an overconsumption of anything will be bad, so they're not going to show that. But like in general, a lot of these soy products are extremely processed.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is soy, like the claim about soy is that it increases estrogen, and there's no evidence of that. Again, all of the human randomized controlled trials would say otherwise.
Yeah, but we know for a fact there's like phytoestrogens, which are estrogen mimicking compounds in them.
Yeah, but that doesn't increase estrogen. What I'm trying to say is like we have to look at the outcome-based research, right? So if we have dozens and dozens of human randomized control trials, meaning there's humans in these studies. They give them soy, and many of them large amounts of soy. They study or they look at their before hormone levels, and then afterwards, weeks later, sometimes months later, depending on the study, no changes.
Yeah, but you know, it's like really it's like almost impossible to conduct these studies properly because there's so many confining variables. Like, for example, your tests could be, I mean, maintaining good health habits, or they could not be. You know, the control. Many of them could be smoking. They could be drinking alcohol every weekend, and like all of these
studies control for the confounding variables. Yes, that's what human randomized control trials would be doing.
That with humans, though. It's impossible to do that with humans over a long course of time.
Okay, no, these studies do control for these things.
Show me one. Show me one where they have these.
I can show you plenty of them, but it sounds like you're just going to keep moving the
before you do
goalposts.
that-
It seems like
before
you're
you
just
do
going to keep
that-
moving the goalposts.
Before you do that, show me one where they have these people in a confined space on a strict diet, monitoring them every second of every day. Do you have a study showing that? Otherwise, it's
Are you
irrelevant.
insinuating that all of these studies they're free to go out in their life and do whatever the fuck they want? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, obviously, yes, they
No,
are. Like,
no,
they're not in
that is
prison.
not the case. There are many studies in which it's in a very controlled environment. We can go through
Okay,
study
so
by study if
you're
you
controlling.
want.
A lot of these studies have tests of upwards of 50,000 volunteers involved. So you're saying you are controlling for the dietary and lifestyle habits of each and every single one of those persons to a fine detail. You're saying that?
Yeah. So I have a meta-analysis, which is essentially a study of studies.
Yeah, I know exactly what it is.
Yeah, so it's a meta-analysis of these clinical studies. In total, what is it they looked at? There were 41 different studies they looked at, all right? And they looked at, well over 1,000 men throughout the studies. They just didn't see differences in estrogen or testosterone when given soy.
But you didn't tell me whether they're monitoring them like on a day-to-day basis, every day, every second of every day. That's not going to be the case.
Well, that's the point. No. That's the point of human randomized controls, is to control that. You're just discounting because you don't like the outcome of it.
No, but well, I can show you like a study for something like.
So show me the opposite. Show me a study.
I could. No, listen.
Show me a study showing that soy increases estrogen.
No, it's nothing to do with that. I'm going to say, right, I want a study to prove the outcome of smoking, for example, being good for you. I can show you a study where this is all hypothetical. I'm not going to go and find one right now, but for example, we have 300 participants in the study, and each and all of them smoke, and they're profuse smokers. They smoke every day.
Okay.
But half of them are going to maintain good health habits and eat cleanly and do all of these things, and the other half are just going to eat slop and processed shit all the time. And we're going to have an outcome, and it's going to show two different levels of health markers, hormones. We're going to have different outcomes for both. So it's impossible to measure these.
Again, I don't understand why you're saying this. In these studies, they control for these things, right? You're acting like they just go out and do whatever. That's the point of human randomized controlled trials, to be able to control for all other variables and look at this one specific thing. That's what they do.
Okay.
Again, there's been dozens and dozens of them. Snitch, you can come on up. You can explain it, because I know you really want. I was about to actually.
Before he starts talking.
No, let her speak. Let her speak. Go ahead, Snitch.
Even for correlative studies, we use adjustments. So we'll take the correlations of, let's say, smoking causing lung cancer and obesity, and we'll take those correlations and we'll add them to the model in order to adjust for these things. So even with associational data, we still adjust for these things.
Yeah, but associative and correlation, correlation is not causation, so.
That's why we use associational and randomized control data.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is all of these studies are pretty much, I don't know, I don't think they're entirely accurate, so I think we should just go by our own.
No, based off of 2 decades of randomized control trial data, soy does not increase or affect any male hormones, including testosterone, estrogen, and progesterone.
In general,
I'm not really referring to the.
Well, you're just wrong.
But you have to take it study by study. Yeah, some studies may be better than other studies, but you can't just make a blanket statement and say, well, all studies are shit. Then you're just kind of blindly walking throughout your life.
I'm not saying all studies are shit. I'm just saying, for humans and things like diet, it's just impossible to control.
Not impossible. They are harder to control for.
We can draw some conclusions from these studies. But I don't think it's fair to just blindly follow them.
I'm not. If it were one study, you would be right. Again, that randomized or that meta-analysis that I referred to had 42 studies in it. We're not talking about one single study.
Yeah. Well, look, I don't know. The other thing is seed oils. I want to hear your argument for that, because that's
Wait, can we stay on the 2 decades of randomized control data on soy products and estrogen.
Well, I wasn't even talking about soy there for the last.
Well, let's just finish up this part, and then we'll get to seed oils, okay? So yeah, go ahead, Stench.
Yeah, so according to 2 decades of randomized control trials, soy products and soy isoflavones, which are like isolated products that would be the most likely to potentially cause some kind of hormonal effect, as the isoflavones are the plant hormones, did not affect testosterone nor estrogen in men.
Okay. Again, my point still stands though. Like it's.
No, it doesn't.
That's what
Have
I
you ever
believe.
even heard of that study before?
I didn't even hear. I'm not even really listening to what you were saying, to be honest.
Then what's
Why
the
are
point
you
of
not
this?
listening?
Because you're still talking about soy, and I want to move on. Like I was talking
Well,
about
too
in
bad.
general.
Maybe you need to actually listen.
But what's the point of doing this discussion if you're not going to listen to the research provided?
Okay, but you're just kind of dragging the soy thing. Like I wanted to move on to seed oils.
Well, tough
Okay.
shit. We're staying on the soy
Well,
thing.
well, are you going to concede on soy? We can move on if you concede.
I'm not conceding to anything.
Well,
My
then we
point
can't.
still
Then we can't move
stands.
on.
Clear to me.
Then we
No,
can't
but
move on.
my point wasn't on soy though. It was on these studies in general, which I stated.
But we were talking about soy initially, and you said soy was bad for us.
Yeah, well, we can draw some conclusions from
what?
Like logically, we just have to think about it. Like it contains mimicking or estrogen mimicking compounds
No, it doesn't.
that are going to go into your body and they're going to mimic
But it
estrogen.
doesn't.
They don't. But
But
they
it
don't.
doesn't.
What are But you know.
Yeah, so according to PMID 333-831-65, neither soy nor isoflavone intake affects male reproductive hormones. An expanded and updated meta-analysis of clinical studies. This study included testosterone and free testosterone levels measured in 1,753 and 752 men respectively, E2 and E1 levels measured in 1,239 men respectively, SHBG in 967 men. Regardless of the statistical model, no significant effects of soy protein or isoflavone intake on any of the outcomes measured were found. The quote-unquote mimicking hormones you're referring to are isoflavones. They literally gave people pure isoflavone extract, and there was no effect on their hormones.
So why are
And
they
the
called,
reason for
why are they
this,
called
a really big
estrogen
reason for
mimicking
this, is
compounds?
because these specific isoflavones do not bind strongly to the testosterone and estrogen receptors, and so it doesn't allow the actual receptor to dimerize and enter the nucleus in order to have that effect.
So, all right, what were you asking there? I don't know what's your name, Laura, whatever. You were asking me something.
Yeah, well then, why are they called phytoestrogens then? Like,
What does it matter the name of it? She just
Because,
described
yeah,
it.
the reason why it's called phytoestrogens is because we needed to come up with a different name for a molecule that looked similar and had a similar effect in plants, but that doesn't mean it has the same effect in humans. It can't bind to the receptor effectively with a strong enough binding affinity in order to allow that receptor to dimerize strong enough in order to enter the nucleus. That's
okay,
the
this
whole
is where I
point
kind
of
of
this
see a bit of
receptor.
a double standard, because you
How
guys
is it
will
a double
say
standard?
no, because you guys maybe not you two, but like a lot of vegans, for example, will take supplements.
How is it a double standard?
Well, I'm getting to that.
Yeah,
A lot of vegans, for example, will take vitamin B12 supplements because the compound looks similar to that of B12. But like when it's a
No, it
supplement,
is
it's
vitamin
okay.
B12.
Yeah, it's literally
No,
It's
B12.
not. It's not
Similar
looking similar.
compound
It is
derived
vitamin
from
B12.
petroleum.
Bro, that's so different than what we're
It's
talking
not.
about here.
I know it's
It's not
different,
just
but like
looking
it's just
similar.
a bit of a double standard.
So here, let me show
It's
you.
not.
No, let me show you the two different. Let me show you the two different versions of what you're saying. So, phytoestrogen, and then we're going to phytoestrogen structure,
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
I'm going to show you what estrogen actually looks like, and I'll describe to you the specific difference. So I'm going to pull it up so that way I have both up here. There is a missing ring in the center. So here, let me show you.
I have it also. Just yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
perfect.
So
Yeah.
right here, these are phytoestrogens. Also more phytoestrogens. Now these phytoestrogens, as you can see, they have 1, 2, 3 6-membered rings. They have 1, 2, 3, 4 oxygen molecules, 2 hydroxyls, 2 benzene rings, and then you have this one right here with a little bit of, I believe that's like a ketone basically on the side. Then over here, this is estradiol. As you can see, they're 2 fucking completely different molecules. So this is your phytoestrogen, this is your estrogen. Now in order for the estrogen to bind sufficiently, it requires the A ring, as well as the steric hindrance of this like specific group here, to function properly with the receptor. With this group right here, you see this big oxygen molecule here. You see how there's a big oxygen molecule here. You see how there's not this hydrogen here. Yeah, these two molecules reduce the binding affinity of phytoestrogen to the receptor, not allowing it to properly bind. And the same thing goes for any other phytoestrogen molecule, is you have a bunch of other groups that make it difficult for that receptor to actually function.
All right. Hopefully you retain some of that. Guys, we can get to new guests really soon. How about 10,000 likes? We'll get to new guests. If you disagree with the background, hit the request button.
Look, I'm gonna go, but before I go, I just wanna hear your stance on seed oils.
I don't think they're inherently bad at all. I think over-consuming any oils can be problematic because they're calorically dense. So yes, seed oils can fall into that category, but I don't think they're inherently bad in the sense that you should avoid them.
Just from a standpoint of calories.
Sure. From the standpoint of consuming too many calories, I think one should minimize them. But I think that I would hold that for anything. I would hold that for olive oil or anything else.
Yeah. Would you say saturated fat is worse for your body?
Yeah, it is.
Saturated fat,
not essential. Yeah. So the actual fatty acids, which is what I was going to add on to, that are in seed oils are required in order to keep a human healthy. We don't have delta 12 or delta 15 desaturase enzymes. So we actually require polyunsaturated fatty acids in order to maintain optimal health. And those polyunsaturated fats include omega-6, omega-3 fatty acids, oleic acid, linolenic acid, linoleic acid, docosahexaenoic acid. We require all of those fatty acids in order to maintain optimal health.
So tell me then why polyunsaturated fat is quite difficult to find in natural foods.
It's actually not difficult to find in natural foods.
It's not found in meat. It's found in
nuts.
negligible amounts in.
It's found in nuts.
You're saying
it's found in seeds.
It's found
hold on. She's responding to you. You're not listening to her. She's responding to you.
But I never
It's found in fish. It's found in nuts. It's found in fruits.
There's the answer.
It's not found in fruits. That's a lie.
Actually, it is. It's found in the seeds of fruits.
Seeds. Does anybody eat the seeds? Do you eat the pits of apples?
Have you ever had pumpkin seeds before?
Laura, you're doing the natural fallacy anyways. Who cares if something is naturally occurring or not? That doesn't dictate whether it's good or not for us.
Well,
right?
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying something that isn't found naturally cannot be our optimal diet.
Okay.
Avocados.
I literally said it's in negligible amounts in avocados.
All right, we're gonna find another guest.
It's not found in negligible amounts in avocados.
Look, bro, you don't actually hear it. She just talks over me.
Oh, you're not listening to her. That's the thing.
But you literally wouldn't let me speak. I was in the middle of making my point.
Okay, she gave you the answer. Listen, we got 2 other guests coming up. See ya. Take care. Hopefully you learned a thing or two. All right, we got Goku. How old are you?
Yo, shut your bitch ass up. Get a life. Fucking
all right, well, that's not an age. G-Thur.
Get a
G-Thur, how old are you?
Fucking clown ass bitch ass dude.
18. What year were you born?
2008.
All right, I appreciate it. So do you disagree with the background?
So I just wanted to talk about why raw milk is bad, and I wanted to kind of talk about.
Well, hold on. We agree. We agree that raw milk is bad. I'm looking for people who disagree. Okay. Yeah. You don't. Do you disagree with anything else on the screen?
I think that with seed oils, again, it's moderation.
Sure.
Same with butter, fat, whatever. I think that's also a problem.
Well, hold on though, but I don't think we could just use the blanket thing like just moderate everything. Yeah, I would say in general though, if we're talking about like
a lot
butter,
of these studies they're giving extremely high doses to extremely small animals to prove the negative effects, which just proves that they are fine for you. But I want to talk about something else.
All right, what did you want to talk about?
If you're fine with it, I don't know if this is fine for TikTok, but it's just about it's about hormones and things like that.
What about hormones?
Just about certain things about puberty blockers and HRT in people under the age of 18.
I mean, are you trying to get to the transgender topic?
So, no, I believe you could be whatever you want. I'm fine with you being whatever you want. However, I just wanted to say that with a lot of these popular things, there's a lot of negative effects to them that you just have to consider.
Okay. Well, I don't want to talk about the LGBT plus community if that's what you're trying to get towards.
Fine. Fine by me.
Okay.
Whatever you want to talk about in your life is your life.
But if you wanted to talk about like hormones in relation to like food or stuff like that, we could talk about it.
Yeah, but also again, like, So a lot of people talk about genetically modified food,
Yeah,
which
GMOs.
is I think something they talk about.
Sure.
They try to fearmonger a genetically modified food like
Mm-hmm.
corn or soy, which is prevalent in a lot of the foods and products we use for cooking.
Mm-hmm.
However, with genetically modified foods, they're actually fine for you because it's not
I
like
agree.
you're
No,
using
we agree.
radiation on you. You're
We
genetically
agree.
modifying a food
Mm-hmm.
to be
Brisky,
more
we agree.
resilient to
We're
pests, for
we agree.
example, less
We
water,
we're
anything like
we're on
that.
the
We
same page
literally
here.
agree.
We're on the same page here. We're on the same page. So sounds like you don't disagree with anything then.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
So
people also say that like they're
all
like
right. See ya. The one and only. It's been a minute. How are you?
Not bad. How are you, Doug?
Good, man. Long time no talk. You doing okay though? Things are okay on your end?
Man, I could be better, bro. My grandma passed away last month, and I was taking care
Oh
of her
shit.
for like 3 years. So
I'm really sorry to hear that. That's tough to deal with.
yeah, we became really, really close, and yeah, it was
All right.
fucking
Well,
rough.
it's good that. Yeah,
Anyway,
that's are
let's
tough.
get
But
off that one.
anyways. All right. To the
Thanks for
topic though.
asking. You know,
Yeah.
that
No.
was kind
Absolutely.
of,
Absolutely. To the topic. Do you disagree with anything in the background?
yeah. I was just curious if you heard of a natural health dude on YouTube and social media named Dr. Eric Berg.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I've
Yes.
heard of him.
Oh
He's
yeah.
horrible.
So why do
He's
you think
awful.
he's so horrible? Because he's helped a
Oh
lot of people.
I know.
well.
He sells supplements.
He
Okay, so selling supplements and showing videos on what you could do to help your health.
That is a unregulated industry.
uh huh. And I don't know if you
So
know
it's
this or
like,
not.
what do
The
you?
health and wellness industry actually takes in more money on a yearly basis than the pharmaceutical industry does. They have
Yeah,
just
well,
as big
health
of an
and
incentive to
wellness.
lie to you if that's what you're insinuating here. What's up?
I would rely on health and wellness. What's the third highest
Why?
unaliving in the United States?
I don't know. I think you're probably going to say cardiovascular disease or something like that. I don't know.
More like medical malpractice.
Well, wait. How do you measure that? How do you measure that?
I didn't measure that. The internet did.
No. How is that measured?
No, it's actually accidents or unintentional injuries, not medical malpractice.
It is the hospitals misdiagnose or they make mistakes,
hmm
and it's the third leading cause.
Okay, but
No. Motor vehicle
the
crashes, poisonings, falls, those combined make up the third leading cause of unaliving, according to the
Well, you can't.
CDC,
You
which
can't.
is it makes up
You
roughly
can't.
around 196,000 to 197,000 deaths per year. The
And
second
it's
leading cause of death is
150,000
cancer, which is
let her
predominantly
finish and you can go,
medical
man. Let her finish and you
cause.
can go.
Around 58% of cancer cases are all due to somatic cell mutations. 619,000 deaths annually. Heart disease ranked first, likely due to the consumption of too much saturated fat, calories, and a physically inactive lifestyle combined with genetics. 683,000 deaths. But unintentional accidents, which includes motor vehicle crashes, poisonings, and falls, is third.
Yeah, so go ahead and respond. But the question would be, what would they do instead, right? Like sure, there's going to be unalivings when it comes to these things, but like, what would
Just
be
like my
the?
grandma, bro. Do you know that physical therapy, I told them not to remove her from her bed after her stroke. They did it anyway one day before she was being removed. They put her in a chair by herself and they allowed her to fall and break her back. She was 97 years old, bro. That was a medical malpractice that they should not have done.
Mhm.
And it helped her pass away a lot sooner than
Okay.
she would have.
So I don't disagree with you that there's medical malpractice that occurs.
Okay,
That's not a
I
good
didn't make it
thing,
up.
but
That
we're
said
not
it's the
talking about
third.
medical malpractice.
Yeah, we don't. But
Yeah, that's what I said.
but
I
like
mean,
I don't know
individuals
what
who
you said, but that's what
follow,
I said.
wait, the one and only. Individuals who follow advice of people like Eric Berg and opt out of conventional cancer treatments and opt for alternative therapies, they have up to a 2.5-fold increased risk of death, or actually up to a 5.5-fold increased risk of death, with an average 2.5 fold increased risk of death, based off of a study
Who told you
from
that? Because
published in Oxford
chemotherapy has a
Journal.
97% rate of being ineffective. In fact, chemotherapy is not the winner.
That's not true at all. So we increased the 5-year survival rate from 41% to 71% because of conventional cancer treatment.
Yeah, but then it comes back. So you get chemotherapy.
Well, that's because it's a genetically predisposed condition. So if you have, it's basically it's the two-hit hypothesis in action, but throughout your entire life.
Doug,
Where if you have one genetic
research on
mutation
it.
that occurs, if you have one genetic mutation, sir, this is my field.
Ma'am,
Are you sure you want to debate me on my field?
Yeah, I would love to, because I've had friends cure their stomach cancer.
No, so cancers can spontaneously go into remission because of BAC mutations as well as belated responses to chemotherapy and immunotherapy.
They've done tests, and THC in the bloodstream ingested actually makes cancer cells commit suicide.
No, it does not.
Google search.
No, it does not.
Google search.
Yeah, Google search is not a reputable source. I would need a DOI.
Okay, yeah, well, I have 2 friends that cured their stomach cancer.
Yeah, that's not curing their stomach cancer. So again, spontaneous remission is something that occurs.
If you had a friend that did that, and then you said it to people, and they said you're a liar, how would you defend that?
But the question is, how do you
But
how do you know it was that thing that quote unquote cured it though?
Because guess what? He was in stage 2, came into my smoke shop. I told him about Rick Simpson, that's from Canada, that's cured over 5,000.
I know. RSO, I know RSO.
So he said it was high THC from indica. So I assumed that if he made it with dog shit, very shitty quality product, that high quality product would work even better. So what he did was ingested high quality THC for 2 weeks, and then went back for a checkup. And then guess what the doctor said, Doug? It was miraculously getting better.
So again,
you could laugh and huff and puff all you want.
I'm not laughing.
But
We're not laughing.
the same thing.
Eric, we got it. Let's speak.
Again,
well, I'm just saying,
according to the literature,
we get it.
No, I know you
according
get it.
to the fucking literature that you refuse to acknowledge. According to the literature you refuse to acknowledge.
Well, guess what? My
Around
buddy's
1 in
dad did
60,000
chemo
and
and
around 1
died
in
from his
100.
stomach
Oh my
cancer.
fucking god!
These are all
And then
anecdotes. Eric, you have to listen. These are all anecdotes, though. These are all anecdotes.
The reason why I'm saying, oh my god, I'm gonna.
How do you think studies get done?
She's got to speak. She's got to speak. Let her speak.
Shut the
Please, and then you
hell
go.
up!
Just let her speak.
Good fucking lord! 1 in 60,000 to 1 in 100,000 individuals will experience some level of spontaneous remission. This is even more so the case with individuals who had prior treatment. If any of your friends ever got treatment at all at any point in time, it's possible for delayed treatments to actually induce a spontaneous remission. Now, given the fact that there's around 600,000 cancer deaths each year, there's even more so cancer cases. So let's look up that number right now. So number of cancer cases annually. So around 2.1 million. So if I divided 2.1 million divided by 100,000, let's give you the least level. That's around 21, and then 60,000 is around 35. So between 21 and 35,000 individuals, depending on what you're looking at, you're going to have some level of spontaneous remission, especially with treatment.
Yeah, but see, that I understand that, but my friends...
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't even understand how cancer actually occurs.
Ma'am, listen real quick. My friends didn't take chemotherapy. Now, my neighbor that lived across the street from me was...
The spontaneous remission still applies.
She just told you that it can... what was the number? 30-something thousand? Is this a year or...
You just get that.
Per year.
You just get better without taking anything?
That can...
Yes, back mutations.
I've never heard of people getting cancer.
Oh my god, have you ever heard of the blue whale paradox?
Oh lord.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock, because you don't know anything about cancer biology. So the blue whale paradox occurs where there's back mutations that occur inside of a tumor. Are you not able to listen?
Ma'am, are you not able to listen? Because
you don't even know what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, I was gonna tell you
What is
that
the
my
blue whale
neighbor.
paradox? What is the blue whale paradox?
I don't know, but I could tell you stuff you probably don't know
No,
either.
I don't care about what you know.
Okay, so my
I care
neighbor
about the
across
blue
the
whale
street took
paradox. What is the blue whale
chemotherapy
paradox?
3
Eric,
times.
Jesus Christ, man, come on.
Bro, I'm getting
The blue
drilled
whale
about.
I know.
paradox. Okay, the blue whale paradox is one of, there's multiple explanations as to why a more efficient p53 gene, but one of the most well understood reasons for the blue whale paradox is back mutations, where the tumor kills itself.
Really?
Yes.
That's pretty
Mutation,
good.
because cancer cells are so highly mutagenic, they can develop mutations that are detrimental to its own survival. And as a result, the cancer can literally eat itself. That is what causes a lot of spontaneous remissions, which is why 1 in 60,000 to 1 in 100,000 individuals will experience a spontaneous remission irrespective of treatment status.
All right, genius. What is a cancer cell made of?
Yeah, a cancer cell is a cell that experienced a plethora of mutations. Currently, we're still working out whether those mutations occur all at once or occur over a long period of time. I think that it's all at once due to a chromosomal fracturing event where a part of like a chromosome gets trapped inside of a bubble. As a result, a lot of the proteins and enzymes that are responsible for protecting the genome get basically siphoned out of the cell through this extra nucleus. This is actually very well documented in the literature. And a big reason for this is specific chemicals that disrupt spindle dynamics, which disrupt the ability of that cell to divide.
You
So,
go.
do you believe in any natural healing at all?
There are around 7 hallmarks of cancer. One of them involves like basically the immune evasion of that cancer cell. Another one is the hyperproliferation, the excessive growth, hypermetabolism. There's various different things that contribute to what makes a cancer cell. Now,
Okay, so
as
real
far as
quick,
natural remission,
real
usually
quick.
that involves some kind of spontaneity or back mutations.
Okay,
So something that you consume is not going to cure cancer, because what cancer actually is a mutated cell. Back mutations will be the one that actually causes like a spontaneous remission.
Okay, so did you hear a video going viral of a gentleman that said he got cancer, didn't want to die, said he'd give 10 grand for anybody that could help cure him, and then he actually got people to send him a bunch of DMs, and he took one of the advices, and he actually cured it. And then what he said that
Again,
he found,
spontaneous remission.
But
no, you're not even letting me finish.
what was it he
So
took?
see,
What was he took?
that's how new studies get done, Doug. Okay, and that's how they figure out new science, bro.
No,
Okay,
no.
by trying new things.
Okay,
And why
okay,
do
but
you
you're
think
not.
that?
But
Do
you
you
didn't
think
listen
if
to what
it
she
was?
said.
Yeah, I did.
How many spontaneous recoveries happen on a yearly
She said
basis? Did she say?
37,000
Right. So
or
that's like not
37.
it. That's not a small amount. So that could
No,
be
it isn't.
applicable to.
You're
Right. So that
right.
could be applicable to a lot of people. Right. Nobody's
Also,
against. If you
You're
want to
right.
consume THC while you're doing it, fine, dude. But it's not going to cure cancer.
Okay,
Also,
Doug.
before
No.
we go on, I just wanted to say, you're talking about new science in cancer biology. Hey, guess what the newest, best vaccine that is being promoted in order to help to ameliorate and treat cancer is? Guess what type of vaccine that is? Want to take a
What kind?
wild guess?
What kind?
The mRNA vaccine.
Well, that's awesome. I'm not taking it. Go for it.
If you got cancer, well, all
You're
right,
the
whatever.
one who's complaining about new science, and I'm giving you the new
Well, yeah.
science.
And guess what? I don't agree with it all.
What's mRNA?
What do you mean? It's poison?
Oh
Oh
my
God.
fucking god! Your body produces it. Your body's producing it now in order to allow your lip muscles to move. You know the muscle. You know
So
exactly.
you haven't done the
So the
studies on how
acetylcholine that
bad
is
this.
triggering
You
the
haven't done the
contraction
studies
of your
on how
tongue
bad the
in order to
COVID.
allow your lips and your tongue to move to
So
speak.
you haven't
You realize that
done.
acetylcholine
So
came
you
from
being so smart,
mRNA
you really haven't
for
done
the
any
packaging
research.
Stop,
proteins that
Eric.
allowed.
Eric.
That's so funny.
All right. We are
The
looking for opposition, please. Darth Dawkins requested. You know who that is, right, Snatch?
We're having a good
oh,
time,
that's
Doug. You're
interesting.
polite.
Why
We
did
have a
Darth Dawkins
decent.
come on back?
We have a
God.
decent convo, and then you got somebody cheerleading in the
What I
peanut
was going to
gallery
say was the
and
exact
never lets anybody
proteins that
else speak.
allow for the packaging of
You did.
acetylcholine in order to allow your tongue to speak. The proteins that
Well, I
that
know,
are
but this is
involved
what
in
you're telling the
packaging.
story about the dude from LA, and she keeps asking question after question, and I didn't even get to finish the story. See,
Because
you guys don't want to know.
We don't
You
care
guys are
about
so
your story. We care about
Eric,
data.
you're just
you
giving
think you
Eric,
know it
Eric,
all,
Eric. I'm
and you're the
happy your friend
cure-all.
or whoever. Eric, I'm happy your friend or
Dr. Eric
whoever
Berg
doesn't have
isn't shit
cancer.
compared to you.
What? But how much do you think he makes on a yearly basis, Eric Berg?
You know what? When he first started doing this, he was doing it out of the kindness of his heart.
How much do you
Just
think
because
he
he
makes right
started,
now? How much do you think he makes right now on a yearly
just because
basis?
he got demonetized, I believe, on
How much
YouTube.
do
So
how much do you think he makes with
I don't
everything? His
know. He
supplements,
makes good
everything.
money. Why are you hating on him, Doug? You would like
Well,
to make good money too, right?
I hate on him because he's pushing anti-science bullshit, and most of his income is from supplements that don't do fucking shit, and he's scamming people, and I'm against that.
Oh, you're against him curing people the way God would want him
Scamming
to.
people. That's
So
what I'm
how
against.
many herb
He
stores do Chinese people have?
he's also a
Have you been to China?
Scientologist too, by the
Have
way.
you been to Chinatown, Doug?
Chinatown?
Have
No.
you?
When? Not
To a
recently.
Chinatown. You know how many natural herb little health food stores there are? Why? Because they fill with natural herbs and
Do you know
healing.
what paclitaxel is?
Who are the most biggest groups of people that
Hey,
don't
the one and
get
only.
cancer?
What's
No, you're
paclitaxel?
not going to keep asking me
The
questions.
one and
Okay.
only. What's
It's relevant.
paclitaxel? It's
Who
relevant.
are
What
the
is
most?
paclitaxel?
Who are the most people that don't
Oh
get
my fucking
cancer?
god. What
Bro,
is
come
Who are
on,
the
man.
most
paclitaxel?
people that don't get cancer?
Dude,
Why can't I get a question?
because you're asking about like the craziest
What's the
things here. We
biggest
don't.
groups of people that don't get
What is
cancer? People
paclitaxel?
that don't eat pork and people that
Good
parasite
lord.
plants.
What is paclitaxel?
This is
Fuck
getting insane.
paclitaxel.
All right, you're
Paclitaxel
getting.
is a little stupid herb, and it was made better by science into a chemotherapy agent that actually works.
All right, I can't. The misinformation appears too much, and plus, I saw that comment of you defending the Tate brothers. So I can't have you up, man. I'm sorry. You push way too much misinformation. It's wild.
Specifically, if anyone's interested, Madagascar periwinkle was used to make medications like vincristine and vinblastine, which can help treat leukemias and lymphomas. The myapple plant, or Podophyllum pelletum, the roots of that herb were used to make etoposide and tenopicide for cellular lung cancer and testicular cancer. And then the Chinese happy tree was used for irinotecan and topotecan, which are used to treat advanced cancers. So there are several chemotherapy agents derived from herbs.
I wish Dark Dawkins came out because I guess he was sitting in the box too long and got impatient. I absolutely know who Dark Dawkins. Have you spoke to him before, Snatch?
No, I haven't, but I've heard of them.
Yeah. I'm curious as to why he requested. I'm very familiar with him. I really wish he didn't leave live because that would have been good. Yeah, I've seen a lot of his debate videos because debates atheists, and yeah, not a good debater. I think he just like attacks people pretty much the entire time, from what I remember. But anyways, guys, we are looking for opposition. So if you disagree with the background, you think Cereals, artificial sweeteners, and soy are really bad, we should consume them. Come on up. You think raw milk is a superfood? Come on up. Or any other diet-related stuff. Carter says raw milk is healthy and tasty. It is not healthy. I don't know about the taste, but I don't care. It's not relevant to the topic. Yes, raw milk, like straight from the cow. And yes, people do drink that, unfortunately. Carter, how are you?
Hey, I'm good.
Ooh, you're not 18.
Yeah, no.
No, you shouldn't be drinking raw milk. Please don't. You're a kid.
That was crazy.
Yeah, we got kids here drinking raw milk, guys. This is what's fucking happening here. I blame RFK. You are not 18. You will be 18 in like 5 years, probably. What's Eric Cartman doing here? CETOs have toxic chemicals that are deadly to humans. Perfect. So why don't you come on up and tell us what these toxic chemicals are and how they're deadly to humans? American Dad fan. Accept their request. I invited you. acting like raw milk is just a poison. No, guys, can we stop using words that have specific meaning, right? Like poison has a meaning. Let's just not refer to anything we don't like as poison. Poison has a meaning, all right? Let's use it appropriately when needed. Why is raw milk bad? Because on a per capita basis, you have a significantly higher chance of getting harm from it than you do pasteurized milk. I'll pull up the study. I forget what the rate is, but it's a big difference.
Also, we do not contain, again, delta 12 and delta 15 desaturase enzymes, so we require unsaturated fatty acids found in seed oils to maintain a healthy body.
All right, I think I have it right here. What is this? Yeah, outbreak-related disease burden associated with the consumption of unpasteurized cow's milk and cheese. And he looked at this from 2009 to 2014, so 5 years. Yeah, so they showed that it was only at that time 3.2% of the population consumed unpasteurized milk, but it caused 96% of the illnesses by contaminated dairy products. Probably something you shouldn't consume. Now, because of that, there is a 840 times greater chance of getting an illness from it versus pasteurized, and then 45 times more chance of being hospitalized. So I hope that answers your question of why we shouldn't have it. Thank you, Tammy. That's the snitch. Thank you, anyways. But yeah, you guys are welcome to come on up. We are looking for anybody who disagrees with the background and has evidence to back it up. That's the important part. Most of you guys don't have evidence. If you're on the 2, it looks like we don't really have many people in there. That's fine, but you can call on in. The phone number is on the top of the screen there in the 2. It's only bad because the government hasn't dumped a bunch of chemicals in it. Okay. What chemicals are you referring to, Chris? This is what I'm talking about, guys. We have to stop using words frivolously like this. First of all, everything would be a chemical, okay? So saying a chemical with a negative connotation, it's not really doing anything. You have to tell us what chemicals, why they're bad, if they're bad. 2 more years and I'll be free. Free of what? Free of what? You guys are very chatty in the comments. Hello, Mike. How are you? Will I be streaming in 20 minutes? Yeah. I don't plan on not. So, yeah, if you want to come up in 20, that's fine. I'll be here. Oh, boy. Thanks, Mike. Everything pretty much is a chemical, but not all harmful. Exactly. That's the point. So that's why when somebody says, "Oh, this thing has chemicals in it," well, yeah, of course. Tell us what's bad about these chemicals. Yeah, guys, there's so much misinformation out there, and it's really bothersome because a lot of this gets fed to the general public. The general public doesn't really either have an interest or have the knowledge or capabilities to be able to properly research things. So a lot of misinformation gets pushed out there. Are roids chemicals? Yes, I think that would constitute as a chemical. Like testosterone, if we're talking about, or something like that. Yeah, maybe. Your weights are working? Good. Happy to hear it. Most of the food, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Most of the foods that we consume is poison. No. Again, poison has a very specific definition. There is nothing on the shelves in grocery stores that would fit the definition of poison, aside from alcohol. Alcohol aside, there's literally nothing on the shelf that would fit that definition. But yes, poison is in the dose, or I think maybe a better way in this context would be like the harm is in the dose, right? Because water, obviously, good for us. Got to have it. Too much, unalive you. So yes, the dose of things do matter. What's causing all the cancer? Well, a lot of things. But are you insinuating that cancer is increasing? Sounds like that's what you're trying to get at. This is what I'm talking about, guys. We have to be able to, if we get this idea that cancer is all around us or whatever, why don't you look up and see, hey, what are the cancer rates now versus 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Don't just let the media feed you stuff without looking into the data. Otherwise, you're going to be full of misinformation. If we do look at, let me see if I can pull this up. I forget where the link is. Gosh, give me a minute. Overall cancer mortality, though, has gone down, I think, like 25% over the last quarter century. Don't quote me on that, though. Let me pull it up. Gosh, where is it? You're going to have to give me a minute to find it. But yeah, cancer mortality is down. I'll have to just pull up the link. Why am I not wearing the yellow? Well, I wore it the other day. I can't wear it like too many days in a row. Ooh, that's a very cool gift. Thank you. I don't know who sent it. It didn't say who sent it, but thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Once again, if you do disagree with the background, hit the request button. If you're on the tube, make sure you call on in. I don't know why. I had this favorited, and I can't fucking find it. This is really frustrating. Oh, here we go, I think. Yes. All right. So, we see that, let's see, incident rates have gone down. So, like new cancers. Where's most cancer? Blah, blah, blah. What else do we got? Ooh. Actually, this was not the link. It was a similar link. Whatever. I'll get to it at some point. Thank you, Anima. Wild scientific snitch encounter. Yes. Yes. Lung cancer. I would imagine lung cancer would be down off the top of my head. That makes sense, but I don't know that for a fact. Let's see. All right. All right. Some artificial sweeteners can be worse than others, right? I haven't researched them a lot. It depends on which ones you're referring to. But typically when we're having this conversation here, we're talking about, at least most people bring up aspartame or sucralose. That's usually the main ones I hear. Sometimes they'll bring up like sugar alcohols. All right. We got somebody coming up. Professor. Hello. How you doing?
Hello. Great. How are you?
I am great. I just need to know your age before we move forward, please.
Absolutely. 54.
All righty. And do you disagree with anything in the background?
I don't, but I was hoping I could ask a question that you might know about because of everything you've been saying in the chat.
Yeah, sure. Why not? What do you got?
With all the God, how do I ask this? There has been a freaking explosion in the last year or two, in particular, of all the oh my God, of course I'm on live and I'm spacing on this word that I say all the time. Not gear specifically, but they're the category of all these things that they're called, like oh my God, I can't believe I'm spacing so hard. There's like PHB 517 and all the oh my God.
You're okay. You're okay. No worries.
The borderline illegal supplements that are super popular these days, and that everybody's selling on TikTok and stuff like that, and the fitness influencers. Thank you. Oh my God, I couldn't think of that word. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Do you think? I mean, obviously, right now our FDA is toast. Once we get a real FDA, do you think that we're going to get some serious work into those, studying them, to be able to find out which ones can be used safely? Like, for example, and I'll give you a little bit of context. Like I said, I'm 54. I was a very significant. I went to college on a rowing scholarship, and I was on the national team, so I was a very serious athlete. But then when I got older, I make video games also. So I had a period of time where I had no work-life balance. I got super out of shape. And then about 6 years ago, I lost like 120 pounds. But then I still felt like garbage. Like I was like, why do I not feel good? I've like fixed. and I didn't get gastric bypass surgery. I just did it the old-fashioned way, exercise and fixing my diet.
All right. So what are you trying to get at?
And then I found out it was because my testosterone was super low. And so
Okay.
then I got on TRT.
Leo, I'll get to you in a second. Okay, you got to TRT.
And so then I got on TRT, not a lot, 100 milligrams a week. And it was just life-altering. Life-altering.
Sure.
And so then all these peptides, I'm like, there's the ones that help you. There's the one that helps your ligaments heal and all this stuff.
Okay.
And
you probably talk about TB500, BBC
thank you,
157, I think.
And so I'm extremely curious, but I'm not just going to go buy from some random website and start pumping stuff in. Do you think they're going to get studied well enough, soon enough that we can start using them safely?
Let Scientific Snitch answer because she's probably more knowledgeable on them.
We've tried to do some randomized control trials in humans, and they've all been canceled. And usually that's a telltale sign that something was not working out. Big Pharma doesn't like to waste money. That's one thing that I know about people in the industry. I have connections into Big Pharma. I hope to one day work in that industry because it's a good way to make money and also do research. But that being said, when a big pharma company cancels a study, there's either one of two reasons. Either one, it's not meeting endpoints. Two, it's worse than not meeting endpoints. And unfortunately, patients probably unalived. So there's one of two reasons why a study gets discontinued, and all of the BPC 157 studies have gotten discontinued. Wow. Additionally, TB500, which is the other one, is actually a potent analog of an inflammatory cytokine that is secreted by pancreatic cancer cells. So there's a few things that are notably dangerous about these chemicals. I would say out of the two, BPC 157 probably got discontinued for just not being effective. Mm-hmm. Based off of the literature, there is some data to suggest that it has some minimal anti-cancer properties, but I wouldn't say that it is significant. I would also say that if you are trying to use a peptide, to just be very wary. Make sure you get it third-party tested yourself. Yep. So take a small sample of it to a university and ask for it to be tested via mass spec. Mm-hmm. And just make sure generally that what you're getting is what you're paying for.
Right.
Hold on, Professor. Hold on. Leonardo, are you opposition? Do you disagree with the background?
Yeah. I'm not a fan of soy milk, man. I mean,
okay, I'll get to it in 1 second. I just need to know your age. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 41.
Okay, all right. So, Professor, if you just want to wrap it up because I want to get to some opposition.
I totally appreciate that. Yeah, I'm in no hurry or anything, but at the same time, I'm like, well, what if they're going to be awesome? I was hoping that maybe we get more studies, but what you just said, that's definitely something to be concerned about. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I already followed you, Scientific, because I've loved your videos on this stuff for years. So hearing it directly from you, I'm gonna stay away for a good long time and not worry about it.
All right. Hey, Professor, thanks for coming up. Take care. All right, Leonardo. So you said you don't like soy, right?
Yeah, man. I'm just not. I mean, I've seen friends who drink a lot of soy milk and seeing them. I mean, first and foremost, do you understand that soy does have an estrogen mimicker inside of it?
No, it doesn't.
It's untrue.
So it's quite literally a completely different molecule. Phytoestrogen does not bind to the estrogen receptor with the same affinity.
It is.
And if it did bind to the estrogen receptor, it would actually block it and prevent dimerization.
Yes. You're talking about isoflavins?
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't increase estrogen. So Leonardo, there has been
it's quite literally impossible. If anything, it would bind to the estrogen receptor and prevent dimerization, preventing activation.
So yes, it has a chemical structure similar to the hormone estrogen.
I don't understand why I keep getting talked over when I'm providing relevant.
I mean, you've been talking the whole time, lady.
I know, but she's trying to give you information.
But can you let me read what I'm gonna read to you before you interrupt me, dude? Like
right after
did you just have all of this scripted out?
No, I mean, do you want me to put it on the screen for you?
Did you just have it all scripted out?
No, I don't. I'm literally going to read it to you. So isoflavins have a chemical structure similar to the hormone estrogen, which allows them to bind to both estrogen receptors.
So I was just
So for this reason, they are able to exert estrogen.
Let her respond.
So what I was literally, because I already answered that claim. I already addressed it.
She's already responded to
Mister,
it.
I already addressed the claim. So here's the thing. According to 2 decades of randomized controlled trials and clinical trials on soy isoflavin extracts, soy products, and soy protein, there is no estrogenic effect, and there's no impact on testosterone levels in men. This was based off of over 500 men.
Is it a study?
According to meta-analysis. I already gave the PMID earlier.
I'm literally reading the science.
But on top of that,
So give the study. No, Leonardo. So give us a study showing it.
Oh, please give me the PMID. I bet you it's a review article.
Give us a study.
So the National Library of Medicine, is that a good enough study for you, you fucking
That
dingling?
is not a study. That is a database. What is the PMID?
What's the title of the
Is
study?
there studies in that Library of Medicine?
Leonardo.
Yeah. So what is the study? So what's the study?
Leonardo. Scroll
Soy
up to the
and
top.
Health Update, evaluation of the clinical and epidemiological literature of soybeans, dude.
Yeah, so this is a review
So can I
article.
please finish what I was
So this
saying,
is a
bro,
review
before you
article.
interrupted
It is not
me?
a study.
She already does
and
it.
It
She's
is published in a predatory
So
journal.
for this reason, they are able
It
to
is
exert
published.
estrogen-like
It is
effects on our
published in a
God,
predatory journal. It is published in a predatory journal. This is not a study. It is a review article, otherwise known as an opinion article, written by one single person. This is the opinion of Mark Messina in MDPI, which is considered partially or quasi-predatory.
Hey, bro,
Isn't it crazy that she knew what you were talking about?
Why are you simping for her, dude?
Not simping for her. This is just
okay. So can you let me finish and let me finish what I was about to read? I haven't even.
She already responded. It's not a study.
This lady below me with her fake profile picture won't shut the fuck up.
Leonardo,
it's actually not a fake profile photo. That's me.
That is her. Leonardo, we want a study where we want a study where human beings are given soy or whatever the case might be.
This is a.
You know what a good study is? So a good study would be PMID 3383165. Neither soy nor isoflavin intake affects male reproductive hormones, and expanded and updated meta-analysis of clinical studies. That is a study. Unfortunately, what you gave me, which I know that he's probably still in the chat crashing out, that was a review article published in MDPI, which is considered quasi-predatory.
Yeah, I don't understand what's so difficult about just providing. Again, this is what I'm telling you guys. Anybody who's in the comment section, this is always how it goes. They never provide any research whatsoever. Avatar, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I just have questions about seed oils.
I just need to know your age first, and then you can answer.
I'm 30 years old.
All right, good. Good.
Yeah. So I just so I don't have literature search, but I just did like a general literature review. And the thing is, as far as like seed oils, I heard that they were like lacking in terms of like omega-3s.
So omega-6 fatty acids are what seed oils predominantly provide, which are just as important as omega-3s. They're both, our bodies don't contain delta 12 and delta 9. Wait, no, delta 12 and delta 15. Or is it delta 9 and delta 15? Either ways, we don't have the desaturase enzymes that allow us to produce omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids. And omega-6 fatty acids are what comes before omega-3. Usually omega-3 contain a little bit more double bonds. But omega-6 fatty acids are just as important. Linoleic acid and linolenic acid, both omega-6 and omega-3 fatty acids. That's what those two are, as well as docosahexaenoic acid, which is an omega-3 fatty acid, oleic acid, which I believe is considered a monounsaturated fat. But generally speaking, seed oils contain the essential fatty acids we need for health. Particularly, I would say canola oil contains around half omega. It contains a good amount of omega-3 and omega-6. I would say olive oil contains mostly monounsaturated fats known as oleic acid, which we already can make. So canola oil is considered healthier than olive oil, according to 2 meta-analyses. And then I would say soybean oil, as well as other tropical oils that contain majority unsaturated fatty acids, are considered to be healthy for your cardiovascular system.
Okay, so I can still like get my omega-3s exclusively from seed oils, or
you can, yeah. If you're consuming canola oil specifically, like that contains like nearly equal parts like omega-3 to omega-6, and when you're considering like how much do you actually need, it considers pretty much the amount you need.
And like the composition wouldn't change if I'm like cooking it or like frying it.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't recommend frying your food in general. Like, that's just not really all that healthy. Also, should be mentioned that unsaturated fats are less stable than saturated fats. So if you're gonna fry your food, you probably should be frying it. Like, if you're just gonna fry your food and you're gonna have a really unhealthy day, just don't reuse your unsaturated seed oils in your fry oil. If you're gonna reuse oil or reuse a fat, then reuse saturated fat, because that's not going to oxidize as quickly. But generally speaking, if you're going to fry something in seed oils, just use it once and then throw it out.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know why, because like when the general the search that I do is kind of like pretty rudimentary. But the thing is, I'm just like looking at just like ratios, and I'm obviously told that the ratio of omega-3 should be higher than the omega-6s. But is that really true, or
no? It's not. I highly recommend a review article called "The Critical Appraisal of the Omega-6 to Omega-3 Ratio." It's a fantastic review article to read. I know it's blocked behind a paywall. If you want, I can email it to you. Just reach out to me. I'll follow you, and I can send it over. It's a very great read. It really thoroughly debunks the idea of the omega-6 to omega-3 ratio. Generally speaking, there's no impact of omega-6s on inflammation, inflammatory markers, or elevated levels of arachidonic acid, which is one of the precursors to several inflammatory, like localized inflammatory cytokines. But that being said, or at least signaling factors, sorry. Generally speaking, arachidonic acid can also be used for anti-inflammatory properties. There was a recent study that found that arachidonic acid can help to inhibit toll-like receptor signaling, which is one of the pro-inflammatory pathways. But yeah, the ratio is largely like, it's just does not matter. You just need to have a decent amount of omega-6 and omega-3.
Yeah, I wasn't sure
so
about it.
Because you're throwing a lot of information at me.
Yeah, that's why I followed you. So if you really like want to read more up on that critical appraisal, just let me know and I can send it over.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, give her a follow. Give her a follow. You'll be able to see some of her videos that way.
I send her a follow. So.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Any other questions?
I'm still processing the information, so I think I'll drop it.
You're good. No worries. I appreciate you coming up. Take care. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I get it. Sometimes this can be a lot to grasp, guys. I get it, but again, you can watch some of our videos. That way, maybe you can get a better understanding. What am I eating? I am eating Hawaiian Punch candy chews.
That sounds delicious.
They are very good. They are very good. The red and blue ones appear to be the best, though, for sure.
I am currently cutting up a Japanese sweet potato the size of my head.
Oh, God, that sounds so good. Wait, what's the difference between a Japanese sweet potato and a regular one?
They are red on the outside and white on the inside. Look how giant it is.
Oh, geez. But does it taste similar, though?
It tastes a little sweeter. It is really good. I love Japanese sweet potato.
Yeah.
But I have no idea how I'm going to get this. Okay,
Careful cutting it. Cut it. Don't want you getting hurt here. I always eat. I do. I eat a lot on live streams, though. It's just a way of like, it's the same reason why I play with my fidget stuff. It's like an anxiety thing, I guess. I don't know. I suppose. This is such a nice life. I appreciate that. So if anybody is opposition, meaning you disagree with the background prompt, or you, it doesn't even have to be specifically the things on the background prompt. If you're like a carnivore person, you can come on up, because I'm sure we're going to disagree on a shitload of stuff. Just anything in general, come on up, hit the request button. Fun fact, sweet potato in New Zealand was bought here from South America by seafarers. Will I be visiting the Pacific Northwest this summer? Well, I was already there. I was there like that's interesting. Yeah, I was already there like a week or two ago in the Pacific Northwest. So, yeah. Would avocado oil be healthier for cooking than canola oil? Somebody asked.
I would disagree. I would say canola oil is the healthiest. It contains the most amount of unsaturated fatty acids, and it contains a really good amount of both omega-6 and omega-3 fatty acids. It's been widely studied too, so that's the only reason why I would say currently, yeah. If there was more research on avocado oil, then maybe I would say yeah, but there just isn't as much research as there is on canola.
And somebody asked, are there any fiber supplements that are legit? I struggle hard getting enough fiber. Oh, gosh. Yeah, well, Metamucil would be one.
Classic.
What do you struggle with getting fiber? Like, are there certain foods you don't like that makes it difficult? Or just let me know in the comments. Yeah, let me know in the comments if there's certain foods you don't like. But what helps me get my fiber, I know I mentioned this on the live before, but these yogurts that I get, what's the name of it? Ratio yogurt. It has 20 grams of protein and 10 grams of fiber per cup. It's really good. I mean, I don't think you're going to find something else with that much protein and fiber in it and such like a small serving. So I would recommend you get those. What about olive oil? What, olive oil compared to what? Canola oil or what was the other one that you mentioned? Avocado oil?
Canola oil is technically mostly what would be considered oleic acid, which is non-essential. We actually can make oleic acid. There is desaturase enzymes that can make it, so I would say it's not essential. Olive oil tastes amazing though, so that's why I would have it.
I enjoy the taste of it as well. I would agree. There aren't really any foods I dislike. We eat a lot of rice, veggies, and meat. Well, obviously meat, you're not going to get fiber, but yeah, rice is going to have some depending on the rice that you're eating. Vegetables for sure. I don't know what else you eat, but yeah, you'll get a good amount with some rice and the vegetables. Again, you can try those yogurts out that I mentioned. What else is high in fiber? I don't know. I feel like I'm forgetting here. What are some other good high fiber foods? What's yogurt? It's the ratio yogurt, I said. What's that?
Bok choy is fantastic for fiber.
Oh yeah, and as far as the amount, 14 grams per 1,000 calories, or is it 12?
Yes, sir. 14 grams.
14. Okay. So yes, guys. So yeah, 14 grams per 1,000 calories. So obviously, if you're eating 2,000, 28 grams
and
of fiber.
That's the least amount. Like you can have more, and honestly, the more the better. I believe there was this one study where it was like every 5 grams or every gram of fiber correlated with a graded decrease in colorectal cancer. So
yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I'll see if I can pull it up, but
yeah.
I mean, obviously, there's going to be a limit to it, but that's not really a feasible limit somebody's going to reach. I doubt. Lucky to look on place for you. All right, we got a guest in the request box. Remember, guys, we are looking for opposition. If you disagree with the background, please hit the request button. What's up, Shane? How you doing?
What's up, pussy?
Hey, I just need to know your age. How old are you?
I'm 32.
Alrighty. Do you disagree with the background, bro?
Fuck yeah.
All right. What do you disagree with?
Fucking pussy.
Yeah. That's all you disagree with? Okay. All right, Shane. Well, good conversation. Maybe come back when you actually have an argument. Nice, dude. Really got me there. Really, really hurt. Right in the heart. What was he hoping to get out of that? Like, what did he think he was going to gain by doing that? Did he really think he was going to hurt my feelings?
That was so weird. I don't understand.
Yeah. For any trolls or ops or whatever, listen, your guys' opinion means nothing to me. It means nothing. There's nothing you can say that would bother me or hurt me because I don't value your opinions at all. The only time I would get bothered by what somebody says to me, if it's somebody who I know, somebody like a follower or something who like didn't like something like that would probably bother me, but not somebody who just like I don't give a fuck about ops. Like, what makes you think I value you? Auto invite? What do you mean? I think I just learned that word and was excited to share.
By the way, I can't stop like raving about the fact that I have completed and did well on my experiment, and it looked really pretty. It's so cool. I'm so happy. Wait, let me see if I can show it.
Yeah. Oh, we got a guest
I can't
too.
actually show
eat
it.
a bag of dicks, you bitch ass.
Hold on, Goku. Goku, I would like to have a
nigga.
conversation with you, but that's not. Ooh, yeah.
It is a staining of muscle fibers, and if I pull up the other one, this one right here. So all of those little red ones are type 1 muscle fibers. Basically, the stain that I put on it is called oil red O, and it accumulates in neutral lipids. So oxidative or fat-using muscle fibers, like type 1 muscle fibers or slow twitch fibers, which rely on fat metabolism to fuel themselves, are going to appear red, whereas the white ones are the larger ones, and they're going to be more glycolytic. And so basically, I spent the past week trying to figure out how to stain these muscle fibers, and it finally worked, and I'm so happy.
That's super cool. That's really, really cool. All right, Goku, do you formulate an argument, or are you just going to do your thing? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to mute you again. Go ahead. Go and unmute yourself. So, what's your argument? I'd like to have a discussion. What do you got?
Well, I don't know. Well, I guess I haven't really been in here like listening. I'm curious what's your argument, I guess.
I just need to know your age first. How old are you?
30. Born in 95.
Okay, cool. Well, why did I just get a violation for consuming substances? What substance has been consumed here? TikTok, you are ridiculous. All right, so Goku, what do you disagree with in the background, though?
Oh, they might have reported you for the substances in your prompt, I guess. But I don't know. I'm curious.
Okay.
Well, the artificial sweeteners and seed oils, like.
Oh no, Doug. Sometimes if you eat snacks on live, it'll report you for that.
Oh gosh, now I can't eat. What the fuck?
That literally happened to me the other time when I was having my dinner. It really is quite.
Well, obviously you didn't get taken down, but I'm saying that could have been why somebody reported you for that.
All right. So what's your?
But I'm curious why you think that's again for the third time. I'm curious why you think that's You say, all right, let's read this again. You said they're not bad. Why are you saying they're not bad?
Because there's no evidence to show that they are.
They've been known to cause in randomized control trials, and they're also correlated with improved weight loss outcomes and metabolic health. And the use of them can moderately improve cardiovascular disease markers.
So, like, consuming seed oils is like healthy?
No, I'm referring to artificial sweeteners. But if you want to jump to seed oils, we don't have delta 12 and delta 15 desaturase enzymes.
Hold on, let her speak.
So we actually require the omega fatty acids inside of seed oils.
I didn't ask my question. I'm saying, why are you advocating that these things are healthy? Is my question.
You're going a little fast. You're like saying first artificial sweeteners, then you're jumping to seed oils. So which one do you want to address first?
I read your prompt, bro. Like,
all right, so we have Goku, we have to talk about one of them. So Goku, we need to talk about one of them. Which one do you disagree with?
Bro, like none of them are healthy, bro. Like it's obvious,
let's
bro.
go
I'm
asking you.
I'm asking you.
So let's talk about it. So let's talk about
it. These things are healthy.
Why are you so let's go through each one.
Okay.
So the first one, we don't contain the desaturase enzymes that allow us to make our own omega-6 and omega-3 fatty acids. Omega-6 fatty acids help to modulate pro-inflammatory and anti-inflammatory pathways. These things are necessary for health. Polyunsaturated fats also reduce the stiffness of cell membranes, which can help reduce the stiffness of your arteries, preventing things like cardiovascular disease. In two separate meta-analyses...
Hold on, Snitch. I'm going to cut you off. There's a super chat that's got to read. I'm really sorry. BP79190, thank you so much for the super chat. That really means a lot. It says, hey, Doug, appreciate what you do. Keep it up. Thank you. I really appreciate that. WBP, we'll say. All right. Sorry, Snitch. Go ahead.
WBP. But what I was saying was that in 2 separate meta-analyses, canola oil was either just as, if not even better for you than olive oil. And a big reason for that is, as I said, we don't have delta 12, delta 15, delta 9 desaturases, which allow us to desaturate specific positions on the fatty acid, which are crucial for physiological function and health. And so we require to get these unsaturated fatty acids from our foods, whether it be avocados, fish, or even seed oils. Now, yes, if you fry your food, that's not a very healthy way to consume seed oils. But if you have it in a salad dressing, that's very different. So I'm not advocating for frying your food. I'm advocating for consuming seed oils in moderate amounts alongside a well-balanced diet. Then, artificial sweeteners, since you wanted to go all over the place here. Artificial sweeteners, when consumed by individuals who are trying to lose weight, have been found to help those individuals lose weight to a pretty significant extent, just as, if not even better than just consuming water. Artificial sweeteners also do not correlate or cause any cancers. They do not cause any heart disease. There's only reverse correlative associations with them. And then on top of that, in individuals who do consume artificial sweeteners, because of the weight loss, they experience moderate improvements to metabolic and cardiometabolic markers. And finally, for soy, there is no evidence to suggest that soy products affect testosterone or estrogen in men. And soy products also have been found, particularly soybean oil and soy proteins, are very high quality. So soy proteins can help you grow muscle. They help so in just as good as a way as like chicken or beef. And then on top of that, it contains fiber, where every like 5 or so grams of fiber correlates with a graded decreased risk of colorectal cancer. And then soybean oil, additionally, similar to other seed oils, has been found to improve cardiometabolic markers because it is a polyunsaturated fat. Okay?
Is that all right? Go. I know
So,
that's a lot. Where you're able to grasp
are you
on that?
getting like are you guys like getting paid like by a company or something?
That's your
No.
response.
Use
Goku,
nonsense
that's your
on
response.
TikTok?
So because you can't comprehend what was said, you're just going to say we're paid
Oh,
because
so
you can't comprehend.
you're assuming I didn't comprehend what you said because you're spewing a
Repeat
bunch of
what she said.
nonsense. It's on the
Repeat what she
FDA.
said.
Like anybody can
They're
Repeat what she
not.
said.
They're
I
not.
don't need to
They're
repeat
not
what somebody
FDA
said. Like,
studies.
So you didn't comprehend
look,
it.
bro.
So you couldn't comprehend it.
So all of the studies that I
Okay,
cited
can I
that
speak at
I'm
all? Y'all just
talking
going like
about and
I
referring
just was
to.
quiet for like 5 minutes while you just spewed a bunch of bullshit.
Do you
Well,
have any
no, I
counter
didn't
research?
spew a
Oh
bunch
my
of
god, bro.
bullshit. It
So
is
Goku,
university-funded research.
The
provide
fact is,
counter
like, the
research.
fact is, these ingredients you've listed off are cheap substitutes that these big companies are selling
Oh my
you for
god.
a lot
Oh
of
my
money
goodness.
that people work
Goku, what is a
very
desaturase
hard for their
enzyme?
money. People work
Goku, what is a desaturase enzyme?
bitch, go fuck yourself. Y'all are fucking pigs. You're a scum of the earth, bro. Go fuck.
That's crazy, dude. I asked him what an enzyme was and he just crashed out.
You know, all of these people that we speak to, this is going to sound a little mean. They all seem to be like the people in school who have like an average to a below average IQ who didn't do well in school. And now they think that somehow, like to make up for them not doing well in school and not being smart, they think that they know more than like all the scientists, all the doctors, all the evidence, because they figured out something, right? They figured out that these things are bad and everybody else is lying to you. They figured out that the moon landing is fake. Like all of these stupid fucking conspiracy theories are by people who have an average to below average IQ who just didn't do well in school and now have to make it up by doing this shit. That's all it ever is. I've never spoke with somebody on this topic who like actually sounds very intelligent. They're all just below average IQ people. Which sounds mean, I get it, but you know.
I feel really bad for the guy. Also, like, usually diet sodas are more expensive than the full sugar sodas. So, like, I don't know what you mean by cheap ingredients. And I don't know if you've ever tried to purchase, like, artificial sweeteners, but they usually cost more per gram when we're talking about, like, comparatively to, like, cane sugar.
Yeah. Well, hey, people in the tube, that phone number is on screen for you to call on in. All right. So you guys can cry in the comments all you want. You can say we're wrong in the comments all you want. But if you're not calling on in, then clearly you don't have a good argument. So, and again, you saying that you don't have time to call in, or you saying that we're not worth your time, that's a stupid excuse. Just call on in, please. Any one of you. Seed oils aren't good for you because your body can't tell the difference. Tell the difference of what? What kind of fucking comment is that? That's ridiculous.
Also, your body 100% can tell the difference, which is why when you consume polyunsaturated fatty acids compared to saturated fatty acids, you usually have lower inflammatory markers.
God, people are ridiculous.
Goku,
yeah, well, Goku, you didn't. Yeah. You can
when
go
you
on.
call the co-host slurs, we're probably going to want to talk over you because you aren't engaging, but rather slurring.
Right, like you did that on purpose because you didn't have an argument. You knew that we had to kick you because you slurred. So, like, what else do you want from us? You can learn from the comment section if you want. I wouldn't want to come on Doug's live. He'd yell at me for being in the C-bar. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't yell at you. All right. What dumb comments do we have in YouTube? What else do we got? Let's see. Are we talking about the doctors who say men can get pregnant? Nice one. You guys always love talking about trans people. Any fucking chance you get, you love to bring up trans people. You guys are utterly obsessed. Get over it. Get the fuck over it already. Why the consuming substance warning? Because I was eating candy, and I guess candy is not good. It's stupid.
I mean, some candy is like that.
I don't want to restart because it's all right. I'll just deal with the warning. But if the viewer count gets too low, I'll do a restart.
Looks like we got a request up.
Yeah, Amy. I don't know why. No, I don't know what's going on. Ekanon. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Lard is better than butter. Ooh.
What?
Well, you can come on up, Crush. That's Jesus.
That's kind of funny. It's basically the same thing. You realize that, right?
Probably because he's advocating the cheap substitute. Oh, wait, we have Crush coming up. There we go. All right, Crush, what's up? I just need to know your age first. How old are you?
40.
All righty, and you said lard is better than butter?
Yeah, man. Look it up.
What do you mean by better?
Like it's healthier.
Oh, man.
There's
All right.
less trans fats.
Where God damn it.
Or maybe
I don't even
it's
know where to start with this.
saturated, one of the two. You can look it up. Scientific shit.
Scientific shit. All right. Do you disagree with what I have in the background?
Why is it that everybody resorts to, like, insulting me, dude? I have not done anything to you.
That's just their go-to. So, Crush, is there anything that you do disagree with in the background? I didn't hear your answer.
No.
Okay, you don't. So you think Cetos are artificial
Yeah,
sweeteners and soy
you shouldn't be consuming anything from a bovine.
From a what?
A bovine.
Are you, like, do you not know what words are?
I know what words are. Maybe I have shitty Wi-Fi.
You know lard can come from cows, right?
No, that's not the same. I'm talking pork, lard.
You said lard. You didn't specify.
Well, I'm also not a fucking Karen. You are. You'll be all
no,
detailed.
I'm pretty sure I'm not.
Shut up, bitch.
Yeah,
Is that like all you got, dude?
That's all they got. Hey, John in the tube saying that I got the warning on here because it was the artificial sweeteners I was consuming. Nothing I'm eating here has artificial sweeteners. They have these are all sugar, so I am not consuming anything that has artificial sweeteners right now. I don't like really the taste of anything that has artificial sweeteners. It's just not my thing. I like the taste. I know you do. I know. I will always heavily disagree with you on that, but I just don't like the taste. I don't know. Like I got to have regular Coke, regular Sprite. The diet, it won't do it for me. Let me guess, you got the C19 job. Oh boy, oh boy. Why don't you come on up? Yeah, I don't know. It's just something about the taste. Diet Pepsi is so good. Listen, if you like it, go for it. Yes, it does have a weird aftertaste. It just, no. I will stick with my full sugar Coke and Sprite and Pepsi and whatever. Although I don't like Dr. Pepper. Well, no, not Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper is okay. I don't like root beer. I don't know why I said Dr. Pepper. I'm not a root beer fan. Something about it. Any insights on why the Make America Healthy Again bros are into the isotopic evidence that we didn't eat? Was that vegetables or lettuce? Oh, yeah, how they're claiming that we didn't eat vegetables like our ancestors. Is that what you're talking about? You're probably talking about all the carnivore people, leafy greens. I don't know, Snitch. If you like, do you know what their arguments are about like our
Yeah, it's
ancestors
bullshit.
and
It's basically anti-nutrients. They claim that vegetables have anti-nutrients, even though if you just cook your food like a normal person, those anti-nutrients are basically cooked out. For example, oxalates. If you just cook your spinach, boom, you solved the oxalate issue. Then, as far as like ancestors go, they forget that our ancestors got the majority of their calories from tubers, otherwise known as potatoes.
carnivore. Yeah, I can't wait for the carnivore fad to end. Usually these fads last like 5-ish years or so. It should be ending soon, right? Like it seems like these diet fads have like a 5-year lifespan, and then they kind of slowly die out. So I'm really hoping that's happening soon. Totally thanks. Any ideas where that claim of theirs comes from? I don't know. I don't think oxalates are cooked out. I'll check. Well, it's not that they think they know better than science. It's like they have this inherent mistrust with the scientific community, which, and so by default, I think they generally take the opposite opinion in anything that is the general scientific consensus. I think like by default, they just take the opposite opinion because they think everything being said is wrong. I think it just stems from that. A lot of it came from, obviously, when COVID came out. And I think it's totally fine having questions. There's nothing wrong with questioning things and whatever. But when you take it to the extreme of taking the opposite opinion of everything that like we deem as accurate or at least the general scientific consensus, yeah, you're going to be saying some stupid ass shit.
It's fine to question things, but like, can you please just acknowledge the evidence when it's shoved in your face in every 6 way to Sunday?
Yeah, but they don't.
That's my point.
I know, but they don't acknowledge the science though, because when you provide them a study, it's like who funded it, right? And that's fine to ask that also, right? But if that's your only argument, then I don't think you actually really care about what the evidence shows. I think you're just looking for a reason to not believe it.
Like, they just ignore the actual methodology. Like, it's fine to be... sorry, I was just dumping out the wastewater for my reverse osmosis system.
You're good.
But, like, what I was saying is, like, it's fine to be skeptical. It's fine to ask questions. It's fine to say, like, who funded the study. But after you're presented with the methodology being, like, appropriate, after you're presented with the funding source, after you're presented with a study... Like, oh my god, acknowledge the actual data.
Yeah. It does get very frustrating. They cannot question the science if they don't understand the science. Yeah, yes. And that's what I was talking about before. And again, I wasn't trying to necessarily be mean, but I think a lot of these people have like a little bit of a below average IQ. And I think a lot of times they don't really understand some of the things. They can't comprehend it. And again, I'm not making fun of anybody that can't. But I think because of that, they just automatically gravitate towards the misinformation that seems to make more sense to them, like the bullshit that you see in the health and wellness industry, like all these stupid, influencers who sell you shit based on misinformation, like all that stuff, right? They make it sound very easily and digestible, right? So anybody can understand it, but it's wrong information. So those people gravitate towards those things. We tend to see, right? Like a lot of times, like when it comes to nutrition and things like that, like it can be kind of boring in a sense, in that like the science can be sometimes a little bit hard to understand. Sometimes it can be boring, and people just don't want that. They want something that sounds different. They want something like that's out of the norm, right? Like if you hear, oh, vegetables aren't good for you because of oxalates, like that'll perk their ears up. They're like, oh shit, maybe they're onto something. And that's how these bullshit things fucking get spread because of that. It's frustrating. Carnivore will never really disappear. No, I mean, it's not going to totally disappear, but I think like the big fad of it, I think will die out in some sense, yeah. Because like the low carb thing has kind of gone up and down in ways in terms of being popular or not. Like, yeah, the Atkins, I remember in the early 2000s, late 90s, maybe it was, whatever, was a big thing and all that. All right, it looks like I'm getting a phone call, so let's take it. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to hear you, Snitch. So hopefully they don't say anything that I won't be able to answer. Hello, how you doing? Guest, are you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I just need to know your age. How old are you?
I'm 30.
You are 30 years old. Okay, and do you disagree with the background?
Yes and no. I guess I thought that what I've been told was coming from the scientific community. You know, things like the seed oils were bad, some artificial sweeteners are bad, soy's bad. So I guess I'm a little bit intrigued more than anything. I'm not a scientist. I don't really know.
Okay, which one in particular do you I guess have a bigger question about, or do you think is bad for you? Like anything in particular you want to talk about on screen?
The seed oils, I guess, because I've had my friend's wife she has a master's degree in nutrition. She doesn't like seed oils.
Oh gosh.
In college, my professors.
Yeah, maybe they can.
Okay. Why does she not like seed oils?
You know, again, I'm on nutrition, so I don't really understand why she doesn't, but it has something to do with when they heat up. There's some enzyme or something in there that changes, and she thought it was bad for you.
Yeah, Snitch, I think he might be. Can speak. You can hear her, right? Go ahead.
Oh boy, I can hear myself. Oh shoot. Okay.
That's why I'm still here. Me do.
Yeah, it's
here. No, I got it. All right, go ahead.
Okay, I can make it extremely simple to try to make it easier to translate, I guess, if you can't hear me.
Yeah,
but
you can hear, right? You can hear?
Yeah.
Okay, cool, good.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, so if you reheat seed oils or any unsaturated fat multiple times, then yeah, you run into the risk of oxidation, but you don't run into that same risk if you just either don't heat it up, or if you only heat it up once. You don't run into that same risk. The main reason for that is because the seed oil itself will contain antioxidants in them, which can help to mitigate some of the reactive oxygen species and products that would occur due to the multiple heating up. And then as far as like seed oils go, generally speaking, they are considered to be a source of very essential fatty acids that you do need for optimal health.
You got that?
Yeah. So, but it was I'm having a little bit of trouble. You're saying that the only problem is if you reheat them multiple times?
Yeah, if you decide to like reuse frying oil, but most normal people are not reusing their frying oil, just because it's not something that's a common practice. That's usually something that occurs in restaurants. So that's like the only real issue.
Got it?
Yeah, well, shoot. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah.
For sure.
I thought what I was hearing was coming from the scientific community. It sounds like it was a little bit misinformed.
There's a lot of I mean, I was talking about this before you joined. There's a lot of misinformation out there. There is so much misinformation. Don't just always look into everything that you hear. For one, I I would stay away from like claims that seem almost too good to be true, or things that like heavily demonize certain things, because that's a lot of times that could like fall into the misinformation category that I find. Because a lot of times with science and here with nutrition, things aren't necessarily just black and white. There's nuance with it. So if you hear like, oh, this thing is horrible for you, it's poison, blah blah blah, well, that's a bold claim. You're gonna have to have a lot of evidence to back that up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, man. Well, let me go ahead and bring you down. Let me see if I can find somebody on TikTok. But I appreciate you speaking. Okay, take care. All right, I don't know what happened to you two right there. Kind of.
I think the only two foods that I could say, I think the only two foods I could say that would fit the description that you were saying that are like almost
trans
consistently always bad or always consistently
trans fats. Probably.
No, I would say like saturated fat and fiber.
Oh well, yeah, okay.
Because fiber is always going to be considered good.
But there's still nuance to it, though, in terms of like dosage and things like that, right? Like, obviously, with saturated fat, there's going to be a limit.
I would say that when it comes to saturated fat, it's non-essential, and so like most of the time you can limit it. And I don't think that there's like a level of saturated fat that is considered good, if that makes sense, because you can make it yourself.
Sure. Okay.
But I would also say like alcohol.
Well, okay, that would all right. That would be an example, sure. She wasn't saying fiber is bad. She was on the other, and fiber is good. Fiber's good.
Yeah, like something that is almost always bad and something that is almost always good.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying, but yes, I would say for the most part, guys, just make sure like if you hear things like that in general, be cautious if you hear any like influencer really hyping up a certain thing, right? Or the other way, like really demonizing a certain thing. Just be cautious. That's usually like a red flag. There's a few other ones. I would say, yeah, if they use the word like always a lot, like a lot of the superlatives, like always, never, sometimes that could be like a red flag. Not always, but that's something you might look out for. I'm trying to figure out other things that like the general person should look out for to know if something's misinformation when it comes to
information. If you only say
buzzwords, yeah. So certain buzzwords, guys, like if you hear inflammation, if you hear poison, anti-nutrient, if you hear the word poison or toxic, like certain buzzwords, those would be something again that you should, just look out for. Everything's okay in moderation. I mean, I would say everything, most things, sure, but like alcohol, for example, as you mentioned, is something that even a small amount is still going to be harmful. But in general, sure, yes, moderation.
There's only like 3 or 4 foods out of like all the thousands of foods that I could name off the top of my head that actually fit the description of all or nothing, and that would literally just be fiber being all good. Mm-hmm. Saturated fat, I would say, is either neutral or bad. Alcohol is all bad. Trans fat is all bad. And that's like the only 3 foods I could list off the top of my head.
Yeah, that's fair. I wouldn't consider alcohol a food or drink. Yeah, all right, well, you get the point. You guess you were saying. Just don't put anything in your mouth that you had unalive first.
As a vegetarian, I don't disagree, but like I'm not judging people for it, and it's also not technically fully unhealthy.
Yeah, and again, that's a different topic. I did do that topic one time about veganism. Different topic, guys. We're talking about the health effects here, health in general. We're not talking about the ethics behind eating animal-based foods or not. Different topic. I like that topic, but that's not what this is about.
I should make a live debate on alcohol. I feel like that would do well.
Yeah, you guys can send out invites. What do you mean? What do you mean by a debate about alcohol?
Like the debate topic, like alcohol is always bad or something like that. Like I think
that would actually. I like that. You would certainly get some people on there for that. I think that would be a good one. Yeah, guys, mods, you can invite people. Remember, here we go. Ken, how you doing? Are you leaving, Ken? I still have that stupid restriction. God damn it. It is bad. Nobody claimed they are unhealthy in reasonable portions, but you're too brainwashed to see. All right, Matt, go ahead and come on up since you seem to know everything. You're definitely going to accept the invite, right, Matt? Surely you wouldn't dodge the invite. He's going to dodge the invite. I'll call a debate. I'll take the position. That's good. I haven't drank since, gosh, when was the last time I drank? 2018? I think it was Thanksgiving of 2018, actually. It's been a long time.
You can like alcohol. That doesn't make it good for you.
Yeah, no, I'm happy it's a thing that I don't have anymore. It's just one less thing to worry about. Who cares if he accepts it or not? Well, Zorak in the tube, if a guy is going to be in the comment section and say I'm wrong about something and say it so confidently, yeah, it's a little odd if he doesn't accept the invite to come up. It means that he just wants to hide in the comments. In the old days, alcohol was a way of sterilizing the fluids you drink. Small beer. Also, no one said excessive use of those foods aren't bad. Well, Ken, then come on up, buddy. We don't decide if something is good or bad just off common sense, okay? Right? It's going to be based on the research behind it. So if you're going to tell us seed oils are bad because common sense, then show us the research that backs that up. Accept the invite, Ken. There we go. Thank you. This could be a good conversation, I hope. Hi, Ken. How you doing? Goodbye, Ken. Look at that. He just ran. That is weak, Ken. You are weak. I more so mean as in the same sense of excessive. Anything isn't good. Ken, why did you do that? I thought you were going to come up. I thought we were going to have a good conversation, but no. Guess not, Ken. Oh, well. And again, people in the tube, you can call on in. That phone number is there on screen. So what are your thoughts on nanoplastics being able to pass through the blood-brain barrier? Why focus on this? Are you talking about microplastics? What are your thoughts on microplastics? My TDS is showing. I'm not talking about Trump. Ken, you're going to get invited again. I haven't used the word. I haven't said Trump's name in this live until you mentioned it right there. That was the first time I mentioned his name. So I don't know what TDS you're talking about. But that's a very convenient way to avoid having a debate. That's all you guys ever do. Somebody says something, you just say TDS. Well, that's a convenient way. Normal levels are okay. Nobody wants to convince you the sky is blue if you think it's neon green. Okay, Ken. Go ahead and avoid the debate then, because you can't provide an argument. That's fine, Ken. Ken, you know, if you were so confident in your argument, if you thought that you were like you were correct and there was no doubt behind it, you would have come up and tried to prove us wrong by now. Instead, you're hiding in the comments because you don't have the fucking argument. You're weak. And you know what I'm going to do right now? I'm going to invite you up again, and then I'm also going to mute you. Okay? This way you can't just talk in the comments. This way you're forced to come up or just leave the fucking live.
Was he slurring?
No, I didn't see him slur at all. He's just talking in the comments and refusing to come on up, so I muted him.
I don't understand. Like, why? They're so confident in the comment section, but they like just refuse to come up.
They're so confident because they watch certain influencers and certain whatever content creators that they believe to be correct, right? And those influencers may be charismatic, so they think they're for sure correct, but they can't make that argument. They have to have their influencer do it for them, so they're not knowledgeable enough to come up and actually create that argument. I believe. I think that's sort of what it boils down to. They're used to a debate being about opinions. Well, yes, a lot of it is that. A lot of them don't even know how to properly debate. They'll just like give analogies or something and think that that is some sort of evidence. I would call in again about eating animal products. Yeah, again, I think that's a good debate to have about veganism. We can do that at a different time. I have my opinions there, despite me not being a vegan, but whatever.
I think that eating animal products is not ethical, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they have no nutrition at all. Like, they do have nutrition and they do have their place. I just think that there are like healthier options, and I also think there's more ethical options, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can't have animal products.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I do agree that is not ethical, despite me still doing it, which is some sort of, I guess, cognitive dissonance on my end. But yeah, I've never heard a good argument against it, though. I really haven't. Like, I've really looked out for one, and I have not seen a good argument against veganism. Shane, you came up before and you said stupid shit. We'll try it again. You're probably gonna do the same thing. Go ahead, Shane. Do your stupid shit. Shane.
Oh boy.
Shane, do you want to have an argument, or are you just going to say stupid stuff?
What are we talking about?
All right. How old are you?
32.
All righty. Do you disagree with the background?
Of course I do.
All righty. So which one do you want to talk about? Cetos, artificial sweeteners, soy, or raw milk? Which one are you most confident in?
I'm an expert on all three.
Well, there's four. There's four I read. So which one do you feel like you have the best argument? Cetos, artificial sweeteners, soy, or raw milk?
Probably seed oils.
Okay, cool. So you think seed oils are bad? Why is that?
Because they're bad.
Okay, why?
It's all over the news.
Okay, and what does the news say?
It says that they're bad.
Why?
It's all over the news.
Goodbye. Have a good rest of your day. Oh boy.
Sienna, I more so say, like, not that animal products have a place, but they can have a place. So, like, you can be a healthy person and still consume animal products. I'm saying, like, it's not necessary. I hope that makes sense.
You're saying it's not necessary to have animal products? Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. You can absolutely survive, get all the nutrients you need without any animal-based products. Now, maybe a little more difficult if somebody's not used to it, but yeah, it's very possible still. What, and it's not moral to eat animal products, Andre?
Why? I would agree with that.
Why is raw milk bad? I mean, can we go into the numerous reasons as why? I don't know why people are asking us in year 2026 as to why raw milk is bad. Like, I just don't. Like, really?
Louis Pasteur would be rolling in his grave.
Mm-hmm. Like, this is something we all knew, like, a long, long time ago. Why is it that we are now regressing with this? It's crazy. Hold on. Do you think? So I know you think eating animal products is unethical. What about, like, if chickens were to, like, lay eggs? Do you think that would be ethical to eat them? Snatch.
I think the way that they're obtained currently is unethical. Like, I think that if we were to be, like, in the wild and chickens laid, like, unfertilized eggs and we picked them up, I don't think that's unethical. I think that what the unethical part is breeding chickens for the sole purpose of just obtaining eggs.
Sure.
And so I do my best to limit my intake of them. I have celiac disease, so it makes it really hard for me to get in the amount of nutrients that I need, especially considering I have currently partially empty cell syndrome. And so I struggle with my appetite, and I've been struggling in general for the past few months with iron intake. So that's the only reason why I consume some animal products currently. But, like, it's clearly not necessary. I'm still vegetarian. And, like, I don't need to rely on factory farmed products as much, which is what I would aim for.
What's up, Wo? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for asking. I just for TikTok terms of service, I need to know your age. I know you've been on live before, but you just got to say your age.
I'm
please.
45 from
All right,
Florida.
sir. Cool. You and me both. We're both in Florida. How about that? So, do you disagree with the background?
I agree with the seed oils. I believe that artificial sweeteners and soy aren't bad because I use both. And in the Bible, it says in Genesis 1:12,
Well,
I have
we're
given
just.
you all the seed-bearing
We
plants
don't need to
and
talk about the
herbs to
Bible.
use.
It's okay. We're not talking about the Bible. So, is there anything that you do disagree with?
I've had raw milk.
Okay.
I didn't see as though it did anything wrong to me.
Well, that's not how we decide if something is bad, right? Like, you can smoke a cigarette and be fine afterwards. That doesn't mean cigarettes aren't bad.
Well, they're good in some aspects, though.
How?
No, they're not.
Stress relief, anxiety.
Yeah, so the reason why that doesn't make cigarettes
Stimulation.
good, no, the reason why it doesn't make it good is because the risks outweigh the pros, and you can get the pros from other places. So, for example, when it comes to stress, you can get specific medications for anti-anxiety. You can drink chamomile tea. You can meditate. There's a million and one things you can do. You can have like a magnesium supplement, which can help to reduce your stress levels. You don't need a cigarette. And so you can get the benefits of the cigarette from other places without having that cigarette and all the negative impacts, such as lung cancer, damage to your esophagus, esophageal cancer,
I know
oral
people
cancer.
that didn't smoke that have lung cancer.
That's because there's multiple causes of lung cancer, but
Could it have been
around
from the
80% of lung
magnesium?
cancer patients have smoked.
Yeah, well, there's still that majority or minority of people.
Well,
that
around
can,
80% of lung cancer patients have smoked, and the remaining 20% are due to genetics and radon exposure, which also are not good things. Like, with whatever way you want to say it, we could reduce the number of lung cancer cases that we currently have by 80% if all smokers just stop smoking.
Oh, well, give me 1 second. Let me see if this other guy's.
I agree.
Hold on, well, 1 second. 808. How old are you?
32.
All right, and do you disagree with the background?
Just the raw milk part. I don't have a problem with seed oils and artificial sweeteners. Like, all those have valid purpose. Like, there's a reason why they exist, right? But I think some of the raw milk scare tactics are just a little bit exaggerated. When you look at the numbers, like, yeah, there's risk, but it's not this killing thing. That's not this. People make it seem like it's the worst shit ever, and it's not.
Yeah, you can't
It
say
is.
that.
Yeah,
It's not.
so
It's not.
raw
Like,
milk is a warm fluid that is rich in protein and sugar. As a result, it actually is one of the biggest carriers of antibiotic resistance, which is a global threat.
how many people have died from raw milk? My question: how many people have died from raw milk?
Yeah, so less than 3% of the population actually consumes raw milk. So when you're talking about risk, you want to look at the prevalence of contamination, and there is over 100-fold increased prevalence of various contaminants such as Salmonella, Campylobacter jejuni on raw
less
milk
than
as compared to lettuce or other products.
so less
when
than
we're talking about
less than our normal
relative
number, right? Not a lot of
No,
people
no,
drink it,
no,
right?
no, 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 because you have to look at it on a per capita basis, meaning,
well,
meaning,
more like contamination basis.
Well,
Like, you
yeah,
have to
so
look at it, the rate of contamination on these foods matters more than the amount of people who
So you
consume it.
said how many people percent drink raw milk?
So
It's
around
about
3% of the population consumes
What
raw milk products.
what would be a number for that 3%? What is 3%
That's a
of 8
big
billion?
number.
So despite the fact
Yeah.
that 3% of the population consumes raw milk, up to 96% of
That's 300
milk-borne,
million.
foodborne illnesses are related to unpasteurized milk.
Illnesses.
and I have
right?
that study
You're
right
talking
here.
about illnesses.
Yes,
I'm looking at a CDC
And it doesn't
link,
just
right?
just because
Can
it
I
doesn't
talk? Can I just
necessarily
say?
unalive as
Can I
many
just say?
people. Oh, Mochi, you're playing fetch with me.
So from 1998 to 2021, only 5 people have died, and you're talking about 3% of 8 billion. So what is that?
You know what
Several million people.
Campylobacter jejuni does?
I'm just saying it's not a lot of people.
You're right.
So I'm like,
Well, do you know
how
what
bad is the
Campylobacter
risk really?
jejuni is? And it's also not counting the antibiotic resistance related deaths, which is what I brought up, which is one of
So
the
how many
main
deaths
reasons
is
why
it?
raw milk is.
How many deaths is it really?
Here, let me look up.
But
I'm
looking at CDC.
What about?
but there's other things.
CDC says
like,
98 to 2018, 5 people.
Just because you don't die, that doesn't mean bad things can't happen. You're acting like it's either die or
I
you're
didn't say
okay.
that. I didn't say that though. But
a really good example of this is Mary Tardif. She got infected with Campylobacter jejuni. Around 30% of individuals who are diagnosed with Guillain-Barré syndrome have it because of Campylobacter jejuni infections, which is almost solely due to the consumption of unpasteurized and raw milk. Now, Campylobacter jejuni can leave you paralyzed from the waist down and in up to $1 million in medical debt, like Mary Tardif.
How many people?
And a really big reason for this is because
3%.
And what's the number? How many people is that really? I understand per capita. I'm just saying.
Jejuni?
How many people is it really?
So again, for the 15,000th time, less than 3% of individuals actually consume raw milk. So you're not looking at the prevalence of the disease. You have to look at the relative risk of actually contracting it.
Okay.
How many people is 3%?
808. They cause 96% of the illnesses from contaminated dairy products, raw milk.
So it doesn't mean that all raw milk is going to get you sick, though. It means that raw milk from contaminated source, but it doesn't mean all the raw milk is contaminated, right? You're talking about per capita, aren't you?
Oh my God!
So there's an estimated of 4.95 million deaths related to bacterial antimicrobial resistance between 1990 and 2019. Now, antimicrobial resistance is extremely prevalent in specifically raw milk because it's a warm fluid that is rich in nutrients. As a result, bacteria can procreate and they can pass antibacterial resistance genes to and from each other. So
mother's milk is 98.6 degrees.
Well, we're not talking about human milk. We're talking about bovine
raw.
milk.
Yeah, you're talking about raw milk, though.
Because the bovine microbiome is different from the human microbiome. So when we're looking at the contaminants in bovine raw milk versus human raw milk contains the same microbiome that we have. It's a non-issue. When we're talking about bovine raw milk, it contains things like Campylobacter jejuni, which is a pathogen to humans, but is a normal part of the gut microbiome in cows.
Interesting.
I'm just curious because of all the studies I've seen, it just doesn't seem like it's that big of a risk. Like, yeah, you could get sick if the raw milk that you got is contaminated, if the source is bad, but the chances aren't terrible.
It's a part of the actual cow's gut microbiome.
Again,
let me show you. I actually analyzed the data here.
I'm analyzing the data, but you're not really
No, I genuinely analyzed the data. So here are some graphs.
I'm looking at a source right here.
So here's some graphs based off of these studies down here.
All right. Well, we don't need you anymore. We're just talking 808. Okay.
Yeah. So
all right.
Here
want me to make it bigger?
Here,
I'll make it bigger here.
Okay. So these are the studies that I used for the graphs. If you would like to go look them up, you can go to my free sources for discussion document. It's in my link tree. Now, down here is the prevalence of these pathogens on various products compared to raw milk. So on veg, leaf, and grains, there's about a 0.02 weighted prevalence, a 0.06 weighted prevalence in melons, 0.32, and 1.43. This is the prevalence on raw milk. So out of, let's say, 100 cartons you get in a year, around 13 of them will be contaminated with salmonella. Around 7 of them will be contaminated with listeria.
Okay.
And around 1 of them will be contaminated with Campylobacter, which, as I said, can leave you paralyzed. 7 of them can be contaminated with listeria, and 1 of them contaminated with O157H7, which can cause hemolytic uremic syndrome and leave you on dialysis for the rest of your life. And where I was citing before, this study right here, regardless of the source you get it from, even if you got it from a sterile laboratory cow, it'll still contain Campylobacter jejuni and O157H7, listeria, salmonella, because these pathogens are a part of the cow's gut microbiome naturally.
Okay, I'm looking at similar data right here, and I'm looking at similar data. I'm looking at similar data, and leafy greens accounted for.
What's your DOI?
Come back. What's that?
What's the DOI and what's the weighted prevalence percentage?
I don't know. I'm actually trying to find it because I'm looking at 16,000 illnesses.
You just said
and
that you
23
had
deaths
it.
for leafy greens.
You just said that you had
I said
the
I'm looking
study.
at a source. I'm looking at a
You
source.
just said you had a study. So what's the weighted prevalence percentage?
I'm not sure, but overall, I'm looking
Okay,
at
so
it.
then
I'm
I don't
reading
care
it
about
as
what
we
you have
go.
to say.
Oh my God!
Because you don't have the weighted prevalence.
Fuck.
What's the weighted prevalence?
God damn.
You said you had
I'm
it. Where's the
fucking
weighted
reading
prevalence?
it. Would you shut up? God damn.
What's the weighted prevalence?
I'm looking at it. Fuck. You're probably single,
Just
aren't
say
you? You don't
it.
have a fucking manual.
Here,
or
the
something
weighted
like that.
prevalence from
God
what I
damn.
saw was
I'm just
0.02.
saying.
saying. There's one confirmed death. One confirmed death from raw milk.
That's not what I'm
and
asking
leafy
for. I
greens,
asked for the
23
weighted
deaths.
prevalence. I asked for the weighted prevalence.
Out of 1,000.
Okay.
Out of
I
oh
asked
my god.
for the
I'm
weighted
fucking
808,
trying to read
808.
to
Please
you.
provide what she's asking. It's important.
I asked
I'm
for the
fucking
weighted
reading it.
prevalence.
Man,
I don't
fuck
care
you
about
guys.
the prevalence
You
of
guys
disease.
fucking
I care
suck,
about
dude.
the
Why
weighted
don't you shut
prevalence
up?
on the actual food. What is the weighted prevalence of contamination? I am not asking for the prevalence of the disease. I am asking for the weighted prevalence in a percentage of how much food is
I
actually
heard
contaminated.
you. I heard you. I'm reading it. I heard you. I'm reading it. I'm looking for that now. Slow down.
Do you want
God
the
damn.
study? Because I have it.
I'm looking at my own sources right here. Hold on. I mean, you can just keep
You
running
can
your
just
mouth. but
take the
fuck
study
me.
that
I'm
I
trying to
have
find
for
it.
you, which is a systematic review
I
and
don't want your
meta-analysis.
study. I don't want your study because your study's clearly biased.
Why? It's a meta-analysis.
This is also a meta-analysis. This is from 2022.
What's a meta-analysis?
She doesn't know.
Medical microbiologist and risk analysis. Peg Coleman,
That's
MS,
not a
YMI,
meta-analysis.
advisory board
That's
member.
not a meta-analysis.
Here's
That
another
is not a
one. Here's another
meta-analysis.
one.
This is not a systematic
2024.
review.
Here's another one. Sebastian
No. You have to find what
2022.
she's
The
asking
Russian.
for, though.
I'm fucking looking for
Can I
it.
please have a
God
weighted
damn.
weighted
I'm
prevalence
looking
on the
for
food?
it. I'm looking for it. I'm scrolling through a lot of shit right now. I'm looking for it. I'm trying to find the exact
So
number for you.
what happened to you saying, I'm looking at studies too?
I'm doing it now. What are you talking about?
You said
You
you
don't-
already had the studies, so I asked you.
You're not doing anything though.
I literally told you. Here, let me continue going because
You talked over
while
me
we
for
wait
fucking
for
5
you,
minutes.
while we
Go
wait
ahead.
for you
Just
to
keep
go.
talking. Just keep
So
just keep
here are
running
the
your mouth.
studies that I was referring to. So
How many children
disease
have died, by the
outbreaks
way?
linked
I'm just
to
asking that question again.
pasteurized and unpasteurized dairy products in Canada and the United States, a systematic review. That's where I got the numbers here. I also have prevalence of Salmonella enterica, Listeria monocytogenes, and Escherichia coli virulence factors in bulk tank milk and inline filters from U.S. dairies. That is also where I got some of this data right here. Then we've got for specifically the foodborne pathogens on sprouts, leafy greens, and melons. That's from this Science Direct article here, survey of foodborne pathogens, aerobic plate counts, total coliform counts, and Escherichia coli counts in leafy greens, sprouts, and melons marketed in the United States. So just so you know, all the data that I was referring to is from the United States. And then if you go down here, not only will it be prevalent in healthy cows, but you also have bovine leukemia virus, which has been found in breast cancer tissue. So on top of increasing your risk for various pathogens, you're also increasing your risk for breast cancer. Then if you go down here, you also have raw milk outbreaks in Europe. You have raw milk outbreaks in Neanderthals, as well as in our ancestors, like bones, and also the first migrants from continental Europe. Here was the antibiotic resistance I was talking about. So there is alarming multi-drug resistance in Staphylococcus aureus isolated from raw milk of cows with subclinical mastitis. So cows that are not confirmed to have mastitis, they can contain Staphylococcus aureus with multi-drug resistance.
Remember, guys, if you're opposition, hit the request button,
I'm
please.
reading the rest of this. The analysis found no trend in increasing raw milk attributed illnesses or outbreaks over the 16-year study period. Even states that increasing legal access.
Wait, that's not what I asked for.
I don't give a
I
fuck
asked
what you
for
asked
weighted
for. I'm
prevalence
reading.
and
I'm reading to
percentage.
you though. I'm reading to you.
I
though.
asked for
referring
weighted
to the same-
prevalence of
Oh
contamination
my
of
God!
the
Shut
food
up!
percentage.
Shut up!
But-
Would you
No.
shut up? I'm trying to read this. I'm trying to read it to you.
I asked for a very specific. I asked for a very specific data point that
Guess
represents
what?
relative
The
risk.
data point isn't written out in this fucking stuff.
Then
Okay.
what is
So
it?
you
then?
didn't find it. So you didn't find it. Keep looking. Tough shit.
But
Maybe you should
it-
really ask me for the study that I literally presented 2 seconds ago.
808, do you know why she's asking? Because I don't know if you do. Like, do you understand the importance of why she's asking? I think that's probably where the disconnect is. I don't think you understand. I'm not trying to be rude. I just don't think you understand why she's asking. You are on mute, though, by the way.
And also, the reason why I asked for it is because, again, only 3% of the population consumes raw milk. So using the prevalence of the disease data will be unweighted because more people consume pasteurized milk. So more than likely, if there's a rare instance of contamination in pasteurized milk, that's going to be amplified in the prevalence of disease numbers because there's just simply
No,
more
it's not.
people who consume the milk. But that's true.
No, it's not.
So if more people consume a milk,
How many is the
so
3%
if
that
more,
you were
so
talking
here,
about?
let me show you exactly
How many
this
people
works.
is it?
She's
So
responding.
if there is a risk of
How
1
many
in
people
100
is the
people,
3%?
sir, you don't even understand what I'm talking about. So if 1 in 100 people consume a certain food, and let's say the risk is, I don't know, around, fuck, what is a good number to do? So let's say 1 in 100 people consume a specific food and the risk is, let's say, 50%. There's a 50% chance that that one person is not going to be sick. And that's a pretty big percentage when we're considering one singular person. But now let's say 100 people are consuming that same food, and there's still that 50% risk of that disease. Then 50 people are more than likely going to have that disease because there's a 50% risk. And so when we're talking about relative risk, you actually have to consider the contamination of that food. That's why I'm asking for the weighted prevalence in a percentage of how much food is actually contaminated with this. That's why I was asking for that, because only 3%
How
of
many
the
is 3%?
population consume raw milk.
Who is the 3%? How many? How
The
many is
3%
3%?
of the 3% of the United States, that's not that much, especially when we're
Okay, so
considering the total
what's
population.
the number though? No, what's the number though? Because you're talking about per capita, you just can't throw percent out there. How many people died? How many kids died? And how many people were actually
So,
hospitalized
I just
and
explained
died?
it to you,
We,
and you
we
just
went
No, you
through
stopped
this.
didn't. No, you didn't.
Yes, you weren't
didn't.
listening because you're too angry, and you want to
I
be
asked the
correct
question
so bad.
earlier, and all she did was
Ada,
just start talking over
Ada, wait,
everybody. She talked over
so
you too.
you so badly want
She
to be
talked over
correct
you
that you're not
too.
listening. You so badly want to be correct that you're not listening.
Because I started talking about the data on my screen. I'm looking it up now, and then she just started talking
because it's
over
not
me.
the
What the
data I
fuck?
asked for.
Here she goes
I
again.
asked for the
Here she
relative
goes again.
risk based
But
on the weighted
I'm just trying to
prevalence
read
of
my
food that is
shit, and you're just like,
contaminated.
"But that's not what I asked." You didn't ask for anything. You just started talking
I
over everybody.
asked, no, I very clearly asked for the weighted
No, you
prevalence
didn't.
of
You
food
did
that is
not. You did
contaminated.
not.
Yes,
She
I
asked for
did.
the weighted
interrupted
prevalence
everybody.
numerous times. Ada, wait, she asked that so many fucking times.
But that's not what we were talking about at first. She just started
But that
talking over me
is.
before I could even
But
finish
it's
anything.
important.
I
Ada,
didn't
wait,
finish a
it's
single
important.
sentence. Oh my God. You didn't let me finish anything I was saying, though.
Because it's not what I asked
You didn't let me
for.
finish anything. You didn't ask for anything. I was
Yes, I
talking,
did. I
and you
asked
just
for
started
the
talking
weighted
over
prevalence.
everybody.
Hey,
I
chat,
got into the
type a
chat,
1
and you
in
just
chat
interrupted
if
me.
you heard me ask. Type a 1 in chat if you heard me ask for the weighted prevalence of food that is actually contaminated. Let's see how many people say 1.
We're going to get a lot of ones. And put 2
The
if
chat.
you didn't hear or whatever. All right.
Type 1 if you heard me say, I would like to see the weighted prevalence of food that is contaminated in a percent.
You said it numerous goddamn times. Like, a lot.
You interrupted me. I never finished what I was ever saying.
You know, the reason why I asked that is because you cut
The
me off
reason
and
why
said that,
doesn't
hey, I
matter.
have
You
data.
never let me finish.
No, you cut
You
me
never
off
let
and
me
I was
finish.
showing you the
You
analysis
cut
of
me
multiple
off.
studies. No, sir.
You cut me off.
No, sir.
I got in here,
let's
and you
let's do
immediately started
another
talking.
poll. All
I'm
right,
good.
chat.
I'm good. I'm
When
good.
I first
All right, he's
started
about
to
to run.
show, when I
He's about to run.
showed the handful of studies that I used to make a graph, type a 1 in chat if you heard me, if you heard him, I guess, interject and say something along the lines of, I have a study too.
Hey, you know what's funny in YouTube? You guys think you're funny putting different numbers besides 1. You know, you can just rewind and hear him say that number or hear her say that numerous times in YouTube. So, anyways, Dave, how you doing?
Yo, what's up? I wasn't even
How
I'm
old
not
you?
even like
How
debating
old you?
that
How old you?
I'm 19, bro.
All right, what's up? Why are you here?
Yeah, no, I wasn't even like trying to I'm not even trying to like glaze raw milk or anything. I'm just kind of I don't know why I said the live request. My bad, bro. You can just
All right, take care.
dog me off.
All right, that's weird, but okay. What the fuck? Oh my god. Somebody called you Anthony Fauci's daughter, by the way. It's not on YouTube.
That's really funny. I wish I was. Then I would be. Then I would get some access to some really interesting HIV data.
Anthony Fauci's daughter.
Hey, if any of you guys know Anthony Fauci, can you please hit him up? I'd love to get some of his data sets as practice.
Oh, we're getting somebody on YouTube, I think. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How you doing?
Doing good.
All right. I just need to know your age. How old are you?
21.
21. And do you disagree with the background?
Yeah, the last caller, you guys didn't let us speak. You guys were massive dirtbags.
Okay.
That entire conversation.
Okay. So do you want to do his argument? So you think raw milk is good?
No, I just think you guys are massive assholes and pieces of shit.
All right. That's cool. So you don't have an argument? Okay. All right. Take care.
That's very funny.
He literally had to call it just to say that. I hope that makes you feel better. I mean, if that helps you sleep tonight, okay, sure. Yeah, he really fried us. He really got us there. Ooh. I just I won't be able to sleep tonight now. Keep tapping and sharing, guys. If you're on the tube, make sure you subscribe and like the live if you are enjoying it. I do have the super chat there. It's never needed, but I always appreciate it. On TikTok, if you guys are enjoying the live, keep tapping the screen. Make sure you send the heart me in the top left. Click the red follow button in the top left and give Scientific Snitch a follow and show her a little bit of support if you guys can. I think we can get her 1,000 coins. She's already a third of the way there. My pay links are in bio. Not needed. Always appreciated. Yeah, there's super chats in YouTube, not on TikTok. Oh, getting another call. I bet you it's probably gonna. I don't know if it's the same guy. I don't remember the number. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How old are you?
20.
20. Okay. And do you disagree with the background?
Well, no. I just want to say, I like what you guys are doing, and I just want to say that. I just want to call in and say I like that.
Okay.
And you guys, I hope you guys have a great night. And honestly, as that last guy that was just cursing you out, he was a coward. You didn't give you time to respond.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, man, I really appreciate that. Thank you. I hope you have a good rest of your night, okay?
Of course.
Take care.
You too.
Take care. All right. That was nice, but I am only looking for opposition, though, please. But I appreciate that. Artificial sweeteners are fine in small quantities. Well, Tommy, what do you define as small? We got to talk about the dose.
We consume it in small quantities.
All right.
Like almost less than a gram, dude.
Yeah, what's the lethal dose of aspartame? It's like 30 to 50 milligrams per kilogram, I think.
Yeah, something like that. And we have less than 100 milligrams in a can of diet soda.
Yeah, so 30 to 50 milligrams per kilogram. I mean, if you're 80 kilograms, that would put you at 176. So at the upper end, yeah, I mean that's a lot. I don't think anybody's getting that much.
That's more than 80 cans of Diet Coke.
It's a shitload. You oppose me not wearing glasses? I've been doing the contact thing lately. I prefer the contacts because my contact prescription is better than my glasses prescription. So that's probably one of the reasons. And also my glasses get dirty really easily. I always have to constantly clean them. It's annoying. You won't be able to eat or drink enough artificial sweeteners to get anywhere close to the daily safe limit. Yes, I would agree with that. You would probably unalive from caffeine first, or water toxicity first.
Caffeine or water, depending on the Diet Coke or the diet soda.
That's got to be an awful way to unalive caffeine overdose. Gosh, that sounds awful. Count me out. I do not want that. You have to account for damage over time. Well, are you talking about aspartame, Zorak?
No, you don't. It doesn't build up in tissues. It's not fat soluble.
Yeah, so Zorak, I see you in the tube. If you want, you can call on in, but you're not going to be able to provide that evidence. You're welcome to try, though. Your last moments will be exciting with a caffeine overdose? No way.
That sounds extremely painful.
It sounds awful. Like, even if I have a little too much caffeine, it doesn't sound like it feels uncomfortable. Did I hear about the Panera lemonade that did that to a girl with the heart issues? No, I'm not sure what you're referring to. You guys gave me a really bad impression of your type. Once again, disgusting bullies. We are. All right, Zorak. I'm sorry that we bullied them, but you know you can watch other people if you want. I've never heard that about me personally. Nobody has ever said that like I'm too much of a bully. In fact,
No one's
people
ever said that
sometimes
about me either.
people often say I'm too nice to the guests. That's like one of like the biggest criticisms that I get is that I'm not hard enough on them. My mom, on occasion, she's not into politics at all, but she'll like on occasion just like watch a few minutes, and she's like, "You're so mean to the people that you talk to." I'm like, "Mom, you don't get it. Like, you really don't understand." Like, I thought that too when I first started watching live streams years ago, and I watched them. I'm like, God, these people are so mean to everybody. And I remember when I first started doing them, I tried to be like super, super nice and like just let anybody talk and say this. But like, I understand why, because number one, people ramble on, and two, people spew a lot of misinformation, and oftentimes it's harmful misinformation, and you can't just let them continue with that. All right, we got a guest, Matt Long.
Hi,
Hello,
how you
Matt.
going?
Hey, I just need to know your age. How old are you?
I'm 47.
47, okay. And do you disagree with the background?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
All right, why is that?
Well, because I've been told that artificial sweeteners are not good, and particularly soy. Yeah, soy has too much estrogen.
Doesn't have estrogen.
It does not.
It has something called an isoflavin, which is not estrogen. As far as you said, artificial sweeteners, you would have to provide me with a study for that and a specific claim.
Well, I'd imagine that, you know, like they say they've got these certain chemicals in them that are not good for the body.
Like?
Starts with our pH, I think.
Phenylalanine is an amino acid.
Yeah, that.
Phenylalanine is an essential amino acid. I'm pretty sure. Actually, is it essential or non-essential? I don't remember.
It's phenylalanine and then aspartic acid, right? Is the other one, right?
Yes, it is an essential amino acid, so you actually need to consume it.
It doesn't sound very natural.
Phenylalanine is a natural amino acid that is not synthesized by animals, but is synthesized in legumes and is also consumed by other animals, and therefore is present in meat, dairy, and eggs.
I don't think that's the right one. Let me have a look for it.
There's no other ingredients in aspartame that start with pH.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Aspartic acid is also an amino acid. Phenylalanine also an amino acid.
So okay, well let's play devil's advocate. Do you think vaccines are good?
We're not doing
that right now.
That's
like a complete left turn from the prompt.
Okay, all right, we won't touch on that. All right, so you think raw milk is bad?
It is.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you think otherwise?
Look, in my supermarket, I can buy this raw milk product, and it says it's raw milk on the outside, and I drink it. It tastes all right.
Well, that's not how we determine if something is good or bad. If it tastes good.
Yeah, it's the prevalence of the disease on that actual, it's the prevalence of a contaminant. That's what would determine your risk.
Risk of what?
A disease.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're saying seed oils are good?
They have essential fatty acids that you need. Kind of like how you need phenylalanine.
Oh, hang on. I just had a bit of a I had a bit of a flashback. Are we in 1984 or are we in 2026?
What?
Do you not understand what a desaturase enzyme is?
No, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, so you don't have desaturase enzymes for 12 and 15 positions on fatty acids. So you actually require omega-6 and omega-3 fatty acids. I know, it's crazy.
Okay. And what's the relevance of this photo on the screen?
What's the what?
Relevance.
It's just a picture just to get people's attention. It's just a picture of RFK and just the Maha people. Maha/MAGA people. It's just a thing to
Do you
get your
think
attention.
RFK eats McDonald's?
Well, he's eating it there.
Do you guys eat McDonald's?
On occasion.
I don't eat McDonald's. I'm vegetarian.
Why are you vegetarian?
In fact, I had it I actually had it yesterday. I had a double quarter pounder with cheese, a Sprite, fries, and a McFlurry. I enjoyed it, but you can answer his question.
Would you regard that as healthy?
No.
Well, no. Not everything I eat is going to be like the healthiest thing, right? I ate it because I enjoyed it.
You don't need to eat everything healthy. Like a few weeks ago, I had a cookie
Why are you vegetarian?
because it's the ethical position for who I am. I have celiac disease, so I can't go. Well, I can go full vegan if I had enough money, but I don't have enough money, so.
The ethical. Did you say?
Yeah, it's also very healthy. It keeps my cholesterol down.
Do you disagree with that, Matt? Do you think it's ethical to eat animal products?
Ethical, morally, and environmentally. That's very true.
What I think is not ethical is primarily to vote or elect some people on the screen to basically give them authority to have influence over how other people behave.
You know what I don't think? You want to know what I don't think is ethical?
What?
A guest coming up on a live, acting like artificial sweeteners are unhealthy, and then in his next sentence implying that phenylalanine is toxic.
Hold on, I gotta read this super chat real quick. BP, thank you once again. WBP in the comments on the Tube and TikTok. It says, sending a wish for all Trump supporters in TikTok and YouTube chats to step on a Lego. I love it. BP, you are the best. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So what else I don't think is ethical or morally correct is basically a government mandating that people have vaccines.
That never happened. When did that happen?
I really don't
Wait.
Which is what happened in my country.
Wait. You want to know what I don't think is morally correct? Somebody who doesn't even know what an essential amino acid is, telling people that they think that vaccines are immoral.
You know what I don't think ethical is?
All right, I have enough.
Doctors.
I had enough of you. Goodbye, dude. Get out of here. Ridiculous, man. Stupid. Guys, the government did not mandate it in the U.S. The government did not mandate it. I don't know where people get this from. You weren't forced to get one by the government. Like, come on. Yeah, Matt does not think. Now, if you were in the military, yes. But they already mandated plenty of other shots that you would have gotten in day 1 or day 2 of basic training. So that shouldn't be anything new. And you agreed to that when you joined the military, that you will take any vaccine, any shot that they say, and anything in the future that they say. You agreed to it. Sorry. Yeah, my day 1 in basic training, I got a whole bunch of shots. Anybody paid by the government not to get a vaccine? Oh yeah, the government, sure. Yeah, if you're working for the government, yeah. But what I'm talking about is like citizens. I sometimes talk to Trump supporters, whatever they think that like an average citizen was forced to get it, not working for the government. All right. We are looking for opposition, though, okay? Anybody who disagrees with the background, please hit the request button. And I really do. I would like to do that vegan live here pretty soon. I think it would be really good if we did that. I got to figure out like a catchy title to get people on, but I think that'd be good. A person in the military is property of the U.S. Yes. Yes. Technically, if you get a sunburn, you can actually get in trouble in the military because you damage military property. Not joking. Most of them wouldn't enforce it, but it is possible. But yeah, guys, what do you think if we did a vegan live one time about the ethics of eating meat? I did do it once a few weeks ago. Yeah, it would be fun. It would be good. I agree. Again, I just never heard a good argument against it. Yeah, I mean, most of my lives, as you guys know, are more directly political, but it's good to do other ones. You're eating a steak right now? Cool. Guys, I'm not a vegan. I'm not a vegan, but it doesn't mean I can't do that topic. The only arguments against it are selfish. I agree, and the reason why I still do it is because I am selfish in that regard, at least. I don't want to say I'm happy to admit it, but yeah, that is the only reason why. It's just I'm selfish, and it doesn't make me feel bad enough for me to not do it. That's my only reasoning. But I do think it is unethical, yes, to engage in any practice.
It's getting pretty late for me, so I'm probably gonna hop off. But
You're good. You're good. I appreciate you coming
having me
up. Yeah, absolutely. Good seeing you. I hope you have a good night, okay?
Yeah, you too. Have a good night.
Alrighty, take care. Take care. Alright, guys. Now you just have me. You're just stuck with me now. And I'm an hour later than her. I'm at 10:16 right now. Vegan Easy has some good recipes. Yeah, I mean, listen, it would be a change for sure if I were to do that. It's just not something I, at the moment, really want to do, to be honest. You liked her? Sorry, you guys can follow her. I don't know if you guys know, she's on a lot of different social media things. She has a really big following on Instagram, here on TikTok, I'm sure other ones. So it's Scientific Snitch. Go ahead and give her a follow if you enjoyed what she had to say. Try 1 day a week first. Yeah, I can see how that would be a good way to start. I respect vegans, but I'm also a baker and Italian mariners. Too good. Sure. Vegans are libtards. Okay. Good argument there. There are some people on the right who are vegan, by the way. It's not a strictly left thing. But hey, do what you want, I guess. Vegans put their love on the plate. You can make a vegan buttercream drink. Fair enough. Keep tapping and sharing, guys. Make sure you send in the heart me in the top left if you have not done so. Yeah, I do find it odd, though. Yeah, somebody on the right is vegan, because it seems to, like, contradict a lot of other views that they would probably have. But whatever. I dated a girl who was a recovering vegan. She was also very conservative. A recovering vegan. That is interesting. What do you mean by that? What's a recovering vegan? Now, here's the thing. If you don't do it properly, yeah, you can be deficient in some micronutrients. So you have to do it, obviously, strategically. You have to be able to know what to eat if that's something you are going to do. It's like finding out that someone who's MAGA is a doctor or a teacher or wearing pants. You're okay, Raven. Lots of vegan hippie spiritual mom, I say it. Yeah, there's that side of them. It's interesting. Whatever. Vegans always major in cultural anthropology and made up degree. Every degree is made up. Like, I find that odd when people say, you have a made up degree. Every degree is made up. Every word is made up. You're a crier? Alright. Nothing I can do about that. Both sides can be so varied in opinion. I just think it's useless to think left-right. No, it is not necessarily a left-right binary. In fact, I would like to do a live on this. I want to go over it because it is not a left-right thing. People think about it as a two-dimensional left-right thing. It's more on like an axis. I want to see if I can get a picture and show it to you guys so it would make more sense. Maybe I can... Oh, maybe I can put this as the back screen, actually. Maybe I can do that. Here, give me a second, guys. I am a Virgo. I am a Virgo. Yes, 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 yes. All right, let me go to the Discord. We can talk about it, guys. We could talk about the left-right paradigm. All right, where do I got it? Manage. Okay, we got that. Do. Okay. All right. I'm going to go to Discord real quickly. The screen is going to pause. Hang tight. I guess on YouTube, you guys can see what I'm doing. You guys can see my screen. That's not good. You guys are going to see some not good shit. All right, here we go. God, I hate how slow my fucking iPad is. It's insanely fucking slow. All right, here we go. And here we go. All right, we got that. Let's get that. All right, we're back. We're back. Back. All right, we're back. Okay, so here we go. Oh, God, you can't read it. No. Can you guys read it? Or is it too blurry? Is it too blurry? God damn it. Fuck. Nah. All right. No, well, yeah, shit. It's too blurry. Wait. Is that one better? No. Fuck. All right, I can do. I'll find a different way of doing it. I'll show you guys just via my phone. Give me a second. Let me just put the background back. Yeah, I know it was a little blurry. Sorry. Anyways, the point is, it is not just a two-dimensional left-right thing. So you have a few different things. You have the degree of government authority, right? Like how much government authority is there, right? Like incredible, like a shitload of government authority, all the way to nothing, right? That's a whole spectrum of that. And then you have the economic system, like how much the government controls the economy versus the free market, right? And you have degrees of that going all the way from the far left to communism, where there's just collective ownership of everything, right? Everybody owns everything. Classless, stateless, etc., right? And then on the other side, you have, I guess it would be anarcho-capitalism, where there's no government, private property, and free markets only, right? So you have those two things, and then you're, of course, going to have the ideology, and it's going to fall on that map of like that axis. I know this probably doesn't make sense the way I'm saying it right now, though. Shit. How can I show it to you guys here? The food pyramid changing to something. Here, let me do this. Here. I'm going to flip my camera around. If it works. Yeah. All right. We're making some leadway here. Making some leadway. Except we have candy wrappers and everything everywhere. See, but you guys can't see it now, though. Right? Like, it's too hard to read? Yeah, fuck. I think I did all this for nothing, guys. I'll just have to be able to find the background and make it better. Anyways, the point of it is there is more than just left-right. I do have it in Discord. It's in the backgrounds part of Discord. Then here, let me just make sure. Give me 1 second. Where's the other one? I had another one. Okay. Oh, all right. Sorry. This was a failed experiment, guys. All for fucking nothing. We'll go back to the backgrounds. Well, fuck. However, though, I do want to do a live on that, though. Like, just talking about, like, the basics of political science and going over that with everybody, because I think it's good that we have a proper understanding of that. I think it would be helpful, personally. Sorry, guys, I got a lot of rappers here. You're voting for Trump because that. Yeah. So, but yeah, so somebody can be like in an authoritarian government, for example, right? It could be authoritarian and be far right, or it could be an authoritarian and be far left. That's not specific to either one. You can have an authoritarian on either side. Like, for example, like Adolf, right? He was an authoritarian, but their ideology, Nazism, right, was on the right, far right. And then you would have somebody like Stalin, who would be an authoritarian as well, but on the other side. And a lot of times people confuse the two. Like you don't necessarily like a communist, for example. Like it doesn't automatically insinuate having an authoritarian government or a specific person leading the nation, for example. It can lead to that, of course, but that's not like a necessity. For a second, I thought you meant confusing Hitler's. Nah. But yeah, so like you have like sometimes you guys see in the profiles, you'll see somebody like they'll like if you guys notice on TikTok, maybe on YouTube, I don't know, but like they'll say like they're a Marxist Leninism, whatever, Marxist Leninist, I guess would be. Like you guys probably see different profiles where people have anarcho-communism. You'll see Stalinism, Leninism, Marxism, Leninism. It's just all different forms of it. Or just straight communism. Yeah, so there's a whole bunker versus glass coffin. Sorry, we're way off topic here, I just realized. We are still looking for opposition for the topic. If you do, communism is not a thing. I mean, it is most literally a thing. You can disagree with it, that's fine, but it's literally a thing. It's just like an odd thing to say that. I'm a Marxist-Leninist. But on the far right, you could have somebody who's, let's see, anarcho-capitalism? I don't even know how that would really work. Anarcho-capitalism. Nazism, nationalism, corporatism, fascism, Christian democracy, classical liberalism. Like the US, for example, like probably not at this point, but we're probably not so much at this point, but we would be considered prior to like the last 10 years to be a liberal democracy. I don't think so much now, though. And the funny thing is, people on the right will say, no, we are a liberal democracy, because they hear the word liberal, they hear the word democracy, and think it just means on the left. No, the U.S., I guess somebody can argue that it's still technically a liberal democracy, but it's kind of shifting. We are shifting for sure. Hello, Serenity. How you doing? Can you be an anarchist and capitalist? Some people argue that's not possible, but there are people who say that that's what their views are, an anarchist capitalist. I don't know. That would be difficult for that to occur. I'm not sure how that would play out. You're a Dougist. See, there we go. We got people on YouTube saying it's a republic, because they just can't stand it. That, like, they just think liberal or democracy just means left. Now, when we're talking about the type of government, it's a liberal. Yeah, like, I don't know why you guys would debate that. I'll pull up the exact definition of what it is. I don't know why people would argue that to begin with. Here, let's pull up the exact definition. Give me 1 second here. Liberal democracy is a representative system of government characterized by free and fair elections, the rule of law, separation of powers, and the protection of individual liberties. It ensures that the majority rules while also safeguarding the rights of minorities and individual citizens against state overreach. Key components of it would be elections and representation, the rule of law, separation of power, and individual rights. So yes, the U.S. would be considered an example of a liberal democracy. I'm sorry if you're on the right, you don't like those words, but deal with it. A democracy and a republic are not mutually exclusive. I agree. But we're not talking about that, though. A liberal democracy would be different than a democratic republic, what you're talking about. Oh, god damn it. Fuck. Sorry. I'm trying to pull something up here. Alright, so yeah, a republic would be a form of government where power is held by the people and their elected representatives rather than a monarch. A liberal democracy is more so a broader political system that combines the representative structure with specific protections for individual liberties, the rule of law, and minority rights. The cussing again. Sorry. And there, let's do this. And all right, so let's see here. Oh wait, there's no comments there. Good. Democracy versus a republic talk is like saying you don't eat apples, you eat Honeycrisp apples. Yeah, no, for sure. That's why it's a little frustrating when we talk about the U.S. being like a representative democracy or democratic republic. Same thing, really. Or constitutional republic. And they just seem to want to just not use the word democracy. They just don't like that. Again, they just associate it with Democrat, and I guess it just doesn't work for them. Such a quiet talk. So a liberal democracy, difference between a liberal democracy and a democratic republic. A liberal democracy would be a system that prioritizes the protection of individual rights, minority protections, freedom of speech, and a strict legal limits on the power of the majority. A democratic republic is a state where the people hold power and elect representatives to make laws, and the head of state is not a monarch, operating instead under a supreme foundational constitution. The key differences: a democratic republic specifically defines its structure through a non-monarchical framework and elected agents. A liberal democracy specifically emphasizes the substance of freedom, the liberal values, but not liberal in the sense of left-leaning. Liberal values in terms of, yeah. So over the mere mechanics of voting. Safeguards both limit pure majority rule, but a democratic republic achieves this structurally through separation of powers and representation, while a liberal democracy explicitly anchors it to universal human rights and the rule of law. I don't think anybody asked for any of that. Sorry. I think that was me more so doing that. We're a monarchy. We're gravitating towards that direction, sure. Again, I really think we are yeah, I mean, it seems like we're trying to, or they're trying to. What am I doing? I look distracted. Have you guys not been hearing me? Have I been talking to myself? I hope not. All right. Well, this isn't the background at all, so I'm talking about something that has nothing to do with the background. So maybe we can, I don't know, stick to the topic on the screen or what? I don't know. You guys hear me on YouTube? All right, that's good. Maybe I could just change it back. What can I change the background to? Because I do want to talk about other shit besides this. Let me just keep my own. I'll just do my own background. Here. There you go. You guys get to see my little background here. We'll do that instead. I thought it was waxing poetic, not reading. Okay. All right, we can talk about whatever. I don't really give a shit. We can talk about anything. But I do want to go back to what I was saying, though, to be honest. Illegal immigrants don't like music. Okay, then. All right. What's the flag? Sorry, I know the flag thing is reversed. The one in the back. Oh, we're getting a phone call, guys.
To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hello, how you doing? All right, goodbye. All right, that was a quick phone call. You can't see the phone number? No, you should still be able to see it. It's on screen. Why can't you see it? I'll change it. I'll change the text to a different color. How about that? How do I do that, though? That's the question. This is where my lack of technology knowledge is gonna fuck me up. Here, let's change. Oh, here, I can change it. I got it. Here, select color. There we go. I think we changed it. This isn't for people on TikTok. This isn't for you. It's for people on the tube. No, it didn't change it. What the fuck? I thought I changed it. What is going on here? Come on. I don't know, guys. Struggling. We're really struggling here. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're going to keep it up here, and you guys can see it on the tube. It's okay. You all can see it. Dougie, can you show us some lifts? You can go to my Instagram and see old videos of me doing so, if you so wish. There's really no topic at this point. We were doing a topic and got off topic, and we're just talking about whatever right now. You're going to see I got you blocked. Well, 2. All right. I don't know how that's going to go. Beatle fans. I like the Beatles. Beatles are good. All right. Dana. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong. Have a good night. Thank you for modding for me. Anti-fascism, anti-oligarchy. Jeez. You can't use Instagram. I'm perma-banned from Bumble. The app Bumble. Which sucks. Perma-banned. But I can use the other apps, at least. Climate change. You know what? I don't think I've ever done a topic on climate change. Now that you mention it, I've never done a topic on that. What did I do? I don't know if I can say it here. I had a certain account that I was promoting, I guess you can say, and I didn't know you couldn't do that on there. I'll leave that up to you to figure out what that account was, I guess. But yeah, I can't use it anymore. Yeah. Permaban because of that. For only fish account. I wish I got a warning though. Like, it sucks that I can't even use it. Like, I did really well on that app. That was like my best one out of all the apps. That's one I did the best on. What are you gonna do? Climate change his phone in the face. The icebergs aren't melting. Trying to get big ladies into your personal training class? No, not quite. Not quite. You met your husband on Bumble. That's really cool. I met a lot of different people on dating apps. I would say, out of the last several years, most of the ones I dated came from dating apps. I knew, let's see. I knew one person for a year and change from a dating app. I think that one might have been Tinder. I knew somebody else for a handful of years from another dating app. And maybe a few others. You met your first, second, and third wife on Tinder. Oh my gosh. I met my wife on Facebook dating. She was a real diamond in the rough. I use Facebook dating as well. I've used that one. It's pretty good. I think that one's pretty decent. Dating apps are toxic and dangerous. I think it's whatever you want them to be. I think if you want them to be toxic and dangerous, then they are. If not, then not. I mean, it's what you make of it. Yeah, there could be annoying things with dating. The one thing I don't like with dating apps is it's not natural meeting them. Like, it doesn't feel very authentic. You know what I mean? Like, it's like a blind date sign in a sense. It's a terrible take. I'm reading what was said here. I don't know if that was my take, but yeah, it's just not authentic. It's not authentic. Dating apps. Yeah, Raven, I wasn't referring to that. It was the guy who was saying it. Unfortunately, people get assaulted everywhere. Unfortunately. But we are getting a phone call. Hello. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Great. How old are you?
41.
All right. What's up?
What's that?
What's going on?
Oh, yeah. I just want to talk about seed oils and stuff like like that.
All right, cool. Do you think seed oils are bad?
Depending on the seed oils, yes. Because if you look at something like black seed oil, that's a healthy seed oil. But when you start talking about, different seed oils that they use, like in the vegetable oil and yada yada, canola oil, stuff like that, those are the bad seed oils. And we know this because
why?
According to the studies, they're carcinogenic.
What studies show that they're carcinogenic?
Oh, plenty of studies.
Okay,
I mean,
cite one of them because I have my laptop in front of me. Cite one of them.
Let me just pull up a Google. That's just quicker.
Yeah, just cite me a study that shows that they're carcinogenic. I've never heard that before.
Oh, of course, come on. I can have a book, but no-genic.
Keep tapping and sharing, guys. If you're joining live, click the follow button on TikTok in the top left. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. And while we're waiting for this guy to show evidence that seed oils are carcinogenic. Nothing?
Let's see.
Hearing a lot of silence here.
No, they got some. Just give me a second, though. It says, an overabundance of them can dysregulate in the body canola oil, corn oil, cottonseed, grapeseed, soybean oil, sunflower, safflower, rice bran oil, peanut oil, seed oils and inflammation. They undergo a refining process.
Hold on, but
this can be found on OAG.
I was asking for a study to show that they're carcinogenic. That's what I asked for.
Well, I don't know my book for that.
That's what we're looking for, to show that they're carcinogenic. In a study, I want like a peer-reviewed study, not a article, not like an opinion piece, an actual study.
You got to understand something. The pharmaceutical companies control the information that comes out.
We're not doing conspiracy theories. We're not doing conspiracy theories. I want you to show a study. So if they're carcinogenic, show the evidence.
And especially when it comes to IG Farben and Monsanto.
Show the evidence. Show the evidence. Hey, show the evidence, buddy. Show the evidence.
This is crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy that I'm asking for proof. How fucking dare me ask for proof of your claim?
No, proof is fine. Proof is fine.
So provide it.
The issue I have is that you're argumentative when somebody tells you facts.
Well,
now you want,
it's not a fact until you prove it. It's not a fact until you prove it.
Give me a second.
I've given you many seconds.
You're tripping.
Mm-hmm. We're going to be waiting a while, guys. We're going to be waiting a while.
Nah, you won't necessarily wait a while, but...
I have been so far.
You know that, give me a second, because I got a minute I've been through this book.
Oh. Well... We're all patiently waiting, all of us. He is looking for that proof. It's going to take a long goddamn time for him to get this proof.
No, it's not going to take a long time, but the whole point is seed oils are dangerous.
Great. So show that they're carcinogenic. We're not moving on until you provide the evidence.
You bugging.
Uh-huh. I know. It's crazy I'm asking for evidence.
Give me a second.
I personally couldn't imagine going here. Well, go ahead and find it, guys. I have him on mute. He can't hear what I'm saying. I couldn't imagine going onto a live stream, making a claim.
You couldn't imagine what?
What's that? I wasn't saying anything, but just find that evidence, though. Okay. He can't hear me talk right now. I can't imagine, or maybe he can if he's listening from YouTube. I couldn't imagine making a claim, going onto a live stream, making a bold claim, and not having evidence on hand. Like, that'd be wild to do. It'd be embarrassing also. You have the evidence?
Give me a sec, man, because it's going to be a minute.
We've all been waiting here.
I'm telling you, it's not a lie.
Oh, the flag. Sorry, guys, I didn't see the comments. Flag. Resist fascism. Fight oligarchy.
Come on, baby.
Which everybody should be for that flag, by the way. I don't care if you're on the left or right. You should be against fascism. It's like going to court without a lawyer. This has got to be embarrassing for him. You go into a live. Seed oils cause cancer. 10 minutes later, still looking for that fucking evidence. He can't hear what I'm saying. It's on mute. Where are you at, man? You almost there?
Give me a sec, man.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you. I just looked it up and it said the processed food itself is carcinogenic, not the. What he may be referring to potentially is if you heat them up and you let them cool back down and heat them back up again. He may be referring to that, potentially. But that's not... What's going on?
What's that?
Where are you at, man? Are you referring to the smoke point of seed oils? Like, what are you trying to get at here? Like,
no, what I'm telling you is the seed oils like canola and stuff like that are carcinogenic.
Okay, but based on what evidence? I know, but I'm asking for that evidence.
You won't. Here's the problem. On the internet, it is very different now, especially during COVID. A lot of this stuff has been swiped off.
Wait, so the evidence doesn't exist anymore? So you're telling me the evidence is not on the internet anymore?
The evidence is very suppressed. And the reason why they did that is because of the situation with the jab. What I'm trying to pull up is the information with the seed oils in this book. So it's not as easy right now because I'm kind of pressed for time as far as researching it. But
so it's suppressed from the internet. It got wiped from the internet. You just can't find it anymore. Yeah?
No, I didn't say it was totally wiped. What I'm saying is the information is suppressed, and that is a fact.
Okay. Who suppresses it?
That's the reason why this is not.
Who suppresses it?
Who do you think pays for it?
Who suppresses the internet? Who suppresses it?
The billionaires, Israel. This is a fact. This is not a lie.
Okay. The billionaires?
I think Larry Ellison purchased TikTok.
Okay.
This is not a joke.
Wait. The internet isn't owned by anyone, buddy. So how is it being suppressed?
Sir, the internet is owned by the government.
The internet is owned by the government, guys. Okay.
Over here in the United States, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Whatever you say.
Fact. Come on, don't do that. Do not do that.
Okay. So you have no evidence to show that seed oils cause cancer. It's just you just have a hunch.
But I do have evidence. But the problem is the evidence is going to take me a second because it's in this damn book, and that's the issue.
All right, we'll give you a second for like the 50th time.
This book is huge, though. Damn, it's huge.
Israel and the billionaires are controlling the internet. Hey, listen. I have a lot of issues with Israel. I don't know. I can't even say it on TikTok. They'll kick me off. F Israel, I'll say.
So here's
But
what it says in
I
here.
don't think they're controlling the internet.
But this is where it talks about the hospital food, who wrote the menu, whatever. But it does mention in here, it says their meals are canola and vegetable oil based, and their commercial sweeteners such as Splenda, Equal, Sweet and Low, and white sugars are all life-taxing drugs. Let me see. That's one part, but trying to see if he's offering more of a solution than anything.
All right, well, he's on mute. He can keep finding whatever the fuck he needs to find, I guess. I don't know. Whatever.
I want a solution. I know what solutions are. I need to see where he talks about the seed oils.
Where is I don't know where he is. I don't know where he's at with things. I don't know. This is a really good comment, guys, on YouTube. It says, Dougie, you're an idiot. It says, Dougie, you're an idiot, but you're is Y-O-U-R. The jokes write themselves. J-Ward. Oh my gosh. Everyone make fun of J-Ward in YouTube for trying to call me an idiot but not know how to spell your correctly. So it says, if it wasn't so stupid, the caller would be sad. Oh, now Jay Ward says I'm an anarchist communist. All right, now we're just throwing out different words. That's cool.
Anyway, it's just too big of a book, but
where are you looking? I'm curious. Where are you at?
There's a book called Medicine, written by Dr. Scott Whitaker, MD, and Jose Fleming, and talks about all this stuff. But it's too small of a time frame on this call to really find it like I need to. But my point is, briefly, seed oils, depending on the type of seeds that they are, yes, they are carcinogenic.
Okay.
Also,
but you don't have the evidence, though. But you don't have the evidence, though, so we can't make that claim.
The evidence that you have is raw.
No, you don't have the evidence. You were looking for near 15 minutes. You were looking for near 15 minutes. You couldn't find shit.
Sir, the evidence that you have is false and it's lies.
Okay, cool. Yep, everything is hidden from you. There's a whole conspiracy. Sure. Yep.
There's a conspiracy. What's wrong with you? What? Death sells, sir. You should know this.
Uh-huh.
What's wrong with you?
Uh-huh. All right. So why else are seed oils bad? Tell me why else seed oils are bad, and make sure you have evidence to back up this next claim. Why are they bad? And provide evidence.
I really want to get to the next two. But
no, because you're not able to provide evidence. You're giving me your feelings. No, I don't want your feelings. Hey. I don't want your feelings. I want evidence. It is, because no. A fact is something that can be proven objectively. A fact is something that can be proven objectively. Hey, a fact is something that can be proven objectively, and you're not doing that. Evidence. We need evidence, buddy. Evidence. All right, I'm gonna end the phone call. Goodbye. Fuck, that guy was annoying. The guy just kept going and going and going and going. I don't know why some of you guys get like, you guys like act like I'm crazy for asking you for evidence. Like as if like that's not something I should be doing. Like what is going on here? Like why on earth would you join a live stream, say something, and present it as a fact and not have the evidence to back it up? Like Jesus. All right, well, whatever. That was really sad. I was on the phone 15 minutes. It was 15 minutes. And like 14 of it was him saying, one more second, one more second, one more second. No, I think this guy was much further right than Fox News. I think this guy's like a Newsmax kind of guy. Because I lie and I'm a traitor to the country. All right, Jay Ward. Jay Ward, just keep leaving comments in the tube. That's fine. I don't really care. Say whatever you got to say. Hey, Jay Ward, why don't you come on up? Why don't you call the phone number on screen, buddy? You seem to be very confident in the YouTube comment section. Let's see if you hold that same confidence coming on up. I don't think you're going to do it, Jay Ward. You're going to make some excuse. It's going to be one of the same excuses. Too busy. I'm not worth talking to. Those are usually the main two. Or I can't do it right now. My phone doesn't work or some bullshit. I don't know. Not to mention, dude could have used a glossary. Jay Ward, dumbest white ever. That's funny. Obama, worst president ever. Yeah, just because you don't like somebody, that doesn't make them worst president ever. You're gonna have to say what he did that was so bad. It's like when people call Obama the Great Divider. Okay, like you just really disliked him. All right, that's why you think he divides people, because you dislike him so much. Like, what about Obama made him have the title the Great Divider? Other than you guys just fucking hated him. Like, what about his language divided people? What about anything he said or did was so attacking to the right that you felt it divided people that Trump isn't doing 1,000 times worse right now? Like, you guys are just fucking ridiculous. You guys are absolutely ridiculous. Tan suit and yeah. Well, no, listen, I will say that the drone strikes, yes, not a good thing. I will say that the drone strikes definitely not a good thing. Not a fan of those. Although Trump surpassed them already, but you know. Yes, I am ridiculous. Nice comeback there, buddy. That was like a second grade comeback. Good job. I'm not a vegan. I don't know why you call me a vegan. I'm not a vegan. Trump has a horrible approval rating right now, guys. But yes, it's all fake news. It's all liberal polls. God, you guys are absolutely fucking pathetic. Like the hardcore Trump supporters are just pathetic fucking human beings at this point. Like they truly are. Like any news that they don't like is just fake news. It's propaganda. They're so fucking deep in it that they cannot accept anything negative about him, despite his net approval being negative 19 points right now, which is goddamn bad. The dude started his term off at plus 11.7 points, and he's down 19. So that's a net difference of, gosh, a 30-point drop since he became president. But it's all liberal polls, guys. It's all fake news. Because nobody can criticize him. Nobody's allowed to say anything bad, because if it is, it's just fake. And we're going to see the comments. We're about to see the comments. Well, the poll said Kamala was going to win. Those comments are about to come. How many people have tried to assassinate Trump? Not enough. Not enough. I don't mind a liberal. Fox had to release a poll saying his approval is done. Yeah, guys. Once again, though, but when I'm showing the approval rating, when I'm talking about the approval rating, I am not using a singular poll. Again, I know I tell that to the people on TikTok, but people on YouTube, maybe you don't know. I don't use a singular poll. I'm using the aggregate polling, right? So it's the average of all of the polls. Average of all of the polls shows that he's down 19 points. We do have a caller, though. Hello.
Can I get a double cheeseburger with extra fries?
No, you're too young. Don't talk to adults online. No, I know what you mean, Katie. I gotcha. Yeah, so I mean, look, we can go through some of the polls. Even Rasmussen, right, which is the one that almost always favors people on the right. It always favors Republicans. Rasmussen has him down minus 12 points, which is, again, the one that tends to favor Republicans. So, okay, so we're going to go through all of the relevant polls here. The first page, minus 18, that's from Emerson College, minus 22 from Beacon Research, minus 11 from JL Partners. We have Rasmussen, minus 12. We have YouGov, minus 24. RMG Research, minus 6. Verisight, minus 21. Change Research, minus 18. American Research Group, minus 37. Echelon Insights, minus 23. And those are all polls within the last couple weeks, by the way, guys. So not cherry picking polls. We go to the next page. Not a single poll has them below minus 9 points or above, whatever. We have one poll from June 25th to July 2nd that has him down 1 point. That's his best poll out of the last month and a half. Okay, but we're going back even further still. I'm going to go as far back as I can to find a poll that has him plus 1. Let's just keep going and go. Nope. And what I mean by plus 1, meaning his approval is 1 point above his disapproval or more. Nope. We're in February. Not a single poll has him in the positive. There we go. February 24th, plus 3 from Trafalgar Group. I don't know how to pronounce that one. Okay, so we had to go back 5 months to find a poll that put him in the positive. But yeah, he's doing great, guys. The public loves him. Yeah, I found out LeBron is going to Philly from the thing that Trump said yesterday. That's how I found it out. He just hung up on someone for no reason. Yeah, because the guy was asking for a food order. Yeah, that was... We had to listen to that one. Yeah, gas prices up, no new wars, files, all of that. Yep. Most leaders around the world were done there. I already read that comment. There's in trouble. The only reason why Trump won was because of the post-COVID inflation bump. Yeah, I mean, listen, anybody that would have won the election in 2020 would have dealt with high inflation, high gas prices, kind of the inevitability of post-COVID. How is he still allowed to hold on to the files? Because who's going to stop him? Yeah, the courts ruled that we were supposed to release them unredacted. Who's stopping him? Nobody. And many Trump supporters just don't give a fuck. It's a cult. It truly is a cult. The guy's holding out the files that that show awful people doing awful things, right? Schmeck traffickers, people that raped teenagers and even kids, and he's just holding on to them. You know, that's it. Hawken, I'm close, but no. I don't know if you thought you were trying to dox me or something. I don't hide where I live. I live in Tampa, Florida. Anyone talks in depth about the release files gets censored. Yeah. Yeah. Files them. Well, I mean, listen, at the very, very least, or at the very, very best, he is protecting P30Os, schmeck traffickers, etc. At the very best, that's what he's doing, is protecting them. At the very worst, he is one of them. But again, Trump supporters just don't care. You work at the Walmart in Tampa. The party to protect the children. They love to say that. They very much love to say that. Have I read the files? There are pages and pages and pages and pages. There's thousands of pages of files. Have I read through some of them? Sure. Every single page? No. I don't think anybody's read through every single page of them. There are a lot of them that have Trump in it. What's the opposite of protecting them? He is mentioned. How many times is he mentioned in the files? I forget the number. It's like thousands. It's like more times than Jesus was mentioned in the Bible. Here, let's see. He is referenced over 5,300 times across individual files, which comes out to being more than 38,000 total specific name mentions, news clips, and related phrases in the Department of Justice document releases. So a lot. He's mentioned a lot. You know there's just awful, horrible things in there that implicate him. You already know there is. They would be released otherwise. Like, what other reason is there to hold on to them? Like, what's the logical fucking reason? Let her talk about the Dow now. Jamie Raskin said over 1 million times and unredacted. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's possible, but but apparently Trump is securing our borders. Okay. Yes. Because America is so much more safer now than it was like 3 years ago. Sure. I mean, I don't know of any of his promises that he really even held on to, and of which, what is even benefiting America right now? He's the protector of women. He did promise no new wars. Remember when I talked to a guest the other day, I think it was yesterday, the day before, who denied that Trump said no new wars? I don't know if some of you guys may have been on that live. He tried saying Trump never said that. He wanted evidence of Trump saying that because he didn't believe it. I mean, how many different times did Trump say no new wars? We're not going to go to the Middle East. We're not like, I mean, countless fucking times. And then goes to war with Iran, and then, oh yeah, well, okay, all right, we need to do that. That's cool. We have to do that because we're going to get nuked otherwise. literally no natural opinions that they have, no organic opinions any of them have. The ones the people that still support him, their opinion is just Trump's newest opinion. They were all about no new wars until Trump went to war with Iran. Now that's a war we should be in because Trump said so, and you have to listen to Daddy Trump. You have to. Hello, how you doing? Oh, I can't hear you. How you doing?
Can you hear me now?
Barely. How old are you?
I'm 21.
What year were you born?
I'm sorry, it's hard to hear you.
What year were you born?
Hold on.
Nope. You're a kid. Goodbye. CNN sucks. Who the fuck? I don't know anybody that actually legitimately watches CNN for their news. Like, I don't know anybody. I really don't know anybody who actually watches CNN for their news. Like, it's wild that people say that. Like, oh, you just watch CNN. I couldn't tell you the last time I fucking saw CNN. I don't give a fuck about CNN. Do you know your age now?
This is a completely different person.
All right. How old are you?
Like, I am in my 30s.
All right, I appreciate that. What's your name, sir?
Dylan. Like this is an actual human, not a child.
Okay, all right, Dylan.
So,
How you doing today?
Yeah. You know, there have been better days in life, as one has. But I figured I'd give you an honest answer. Like some days suck, some days are all right.
I do agree with that. I do agree. So what's up? What's on your minds?
Well, I'm the guy in your chat that was like, hey, is there any reason to actively still be in the political process? Like, shit sucks and stuff, Like, I mean, I could go out and organize. I could also say fuck all and go to Portugal, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, is there any reason, of that, and so I'll speak slightly coded. Moral injury. We know it very well. The entire country is slowly becoming familiar with that, as they are becoming very familiar with the way things are and the way things should,
Okay.
But as we are familiar with the America that is and the America that should, it's slightly heavier for us, right?
Okay.
But, maybe you can speak to the audience, maybe to yours truly. Why the fuck should I still care?
I mean, listen, I can't force somebody to care or not. I guess it depends on what issues are important to you and why you maybe cared about politics to begin with. But, whether you like it or not, whether I like it or not, politics do shape our lives. They do shape the way that we go about things. They may not affect you or me necessarily directly at times, but they certainly affect other people, and they could affect us at times. And, I mean, I don't know. Like, what would be your other option? Just do nothing, and just set things out, stop paying attention, or like what is it you're trying to contemplate?
I do see that. I think it's kind of I don't see the efficacies of my efforts, right?
Okay.
Like if I organize locally, like efforts in protest, like the largest protest in our lifetimes was the 2003 protest against the Iraq War.
Sure.
Where 15 million people organized. The what's the protests that we have currently that they organize all the time? I forget the name of them, but they have them all the time. The anti-Trump, the No Kings. Right?
Oh, No Kings, sure.
All the time. What?
Yeah. No, I was just repeating what you said. No Kings protest. Yeah.
Like the efficacy of them, like they're very feel good. Nothing really gets accomplished, right? I mean, sure, the ballot box, the cartridge box, how we see things getting effective, petition, like, I really don't see the effectiveness of any participation really being worth it. The material conditions that we live in continue to deteriorate, and any form of participation is only deteriorating those conditions. And I see participation in that system as ineffective, if anything at all.
Did you vote in this last election? I'm curious, or did you not vote, or what?
I voted. I voted for Kamala, but
where do you put yourself? Do you put yourself further left than her, right of her? I'm just curious as to where your ideology stands.
As veterans, there are two kinds of veterans: the militant right and the militant left, with the exceptions, right? So I'm the militant left.
Okay, so you consider yourself pretty far left then.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think more than anything, I mean, considering that, because I consider myself pretty far left as well. Listen, the No Kings protest brings awareness, right? And protest in general brings awareness, and it gives people hopefully motivation and like reason to vote. And I think what we see I'd imagine you heavily disagree with what's going on now with Trump and his administration. I would imagine, and I mean, I would like to think that's as good motivation as anything. Now, I wish that the established Democrats were not in power. I don't really like any of them really. I consider myself further left than them, and I think if you start on a local level, and we are sort of seeing this, further left people starting to come out, like obviously like Mamdani, people like that. Like it's becoming more what's the word? A little more mainstream, right, to be further left. And I would like to keep going in that direction. So if you can vote in local elections, I think that will eventually expand out to, the presidential election at some point. But I think there's a lot to fight for right now with what's going on with Trump. I mean, he tried to stay in office last time, as you know. He would have done it, I believe, if it wasn't for Pence. And I don't see why he would not do it this time. So I think there's a hell of a lot to fight for, in my opinion.
So I will say that in terms of the Zionist movement, that is something that we will never actually defeat. And the reason being is the Christian Zionist movement. The Christian Zionist movement is something that is entrenched, and they view it as a biblical narrative through the Genesis thing. I will bless those that bless Israel. That is something that I believe 30 million people are members of the lobbying group Christian Zionists for United for Israel. That's something that is a biblical narrative that they see as a inevitable thing, right? That's something that will never.
But we do see, I don't mean to cut you off, but we do see it becoming more normalized to be able to criticize and attack Israel. Whereas 10 years ago, if anybody said anything negative about Israel, you would be shunned, right? And it's becoming a little bit more normalized to do that. And so I don't know. I would say I disagree. I think eventually we can get to the point where we're not funding Israel and giving them all this stuff. It's going to take time, though. I don't think it's going to be overnight.
It is true. It's a multi-generational effort.
Yes.
And I will say 3 people winning a primary in New York City is not the populace at large whenever you have 30 million people, 10% of the entire population that is a voting bloc out of a population only 30% actually vote. That means that voting bloc consists 40% of the entire voting population. Very difficult to overcome that. So it's a multi-generational thing to overcome. Zionism isn't something that gets defeated, but that also comes with additional cultural values that are secondary with that. And with the single-issue voters, that means all the economic problems that get enshrouded with that means there's a lot of uphill battles within that. So with these single-issue voters, there's a lot of secondary things, which is why it's I'm viewing it as, do I even want to participate, knowing that that's a battle?
Yeah. What issue is most important to you? Do you have a specific one, or what is it you care most about?
I'm sorry, I didn't even catch what.
Yeah.
I
What
didn't hear you.
what issue do you care most about? Is there some specific issue that you feel is most important? I'm just curious at like where like your motivation lies, or what things you care most about.
I would say right now what I care the most about is about 1 in 2 kids go hungry in America,
Yeah.
and that more people are unhoused in the United States than anyone else. More people are imprisoned in the land of the free than ever before.
Yep.
You know, like the incongruities of reality with our marketing and what we are.
Yeah.
You know, and the real moral injury of what we served for and what we are.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, listen, I mean, I agree with everything that you said. Like, yeah, we it's crazy that we have, like most people in prison and so many people unhoused, and people love to say we're the greatest country, but I don't know what metric they're using to say that we're the best country, because I don't know any metric that would say such at all.
Exactly. Under what standard are we the best?
Right. I mean, we have the most guns. Maybe people. What's that?
We're the number 1 economy.
Well, how do you measure an economy? Are you measuring just by GDP?
How do you measure that? You know.
Yeah. I care more about how how people's lives are, right? Like, what's their quality of life? The average quality of life in a given country.
Take care of the least of these.
What's that?
The old Bible quote that the Christian tenants will try and quote: how you took care of the least of these, how you took care of me.
Sure. Yeah, and we see other countries.
Anyway.
We see other countries that are further left than us, to some degree, have all better metrics when it comes to these things, right? They have many people, or less people that are unhoused, less people in prison, less infant mortality, less mortality in general, longer lifespan, everything that you can think of. They all have better metrics. And so, yes, I think we should model ourselves at least somewhat after them. Clearly, they're doing something we're not.
I think what this conversation actually made me realize is that what the actual work can be done is kind of showing what the real deal is. You know, I mean, we've still got probably 50 years of life. You know, I got my P&T pension. So, might as well be the angry man yelling at clouds and letting the world know, hey, it sucks and stuff. we got time to make the world a better place.
One of the reasons why I voted, why I do this, why I participate in these things is because, and I say this to my chat all the time, I as a white guy am just not really affected by a lot of these things. I'm just not, like who's president, who whatever. It doesn't really change my life, but the people in my chat who might be women or people of color or trans people, whatever the case might be, they're affected by these things, some more than others. And at the very least, I can help make their lives better to the degree that one vote can, right? So I don't necessarily look at about what makes my life better. It's about what makes their lives better. And ultimately, if the people's lives around us get better, mine would get better too, I believe. But that's why I vote. That's my motivation, really, because, yeah.
See, here's the thing. If there isn't a homeless guy, if there ain't a crackhead in my neighborhood, I don't got to worry about my TV getting stole.
Sure, yeah, that's a good good thought. Yeah.
Like I'll never forget the time that my TV did get stolen, and I told the crackhead that my TV got stolen. 2 hours later, I had the TV back, but it had the McDonald's menu on it.
All right.
And I gave him $20. I said, "There you go."
Yeah. So.
I had to reprogram it. No questions asked. Anyways, I won't take up too much more of your time.
All right, man.
You have helped open my eyes to see, you know what? Let's let the world know that shit sucks and stuff.
All right. I appreciate the conversation. Hope you have a good rest of the night, okay?
Hey, before I hop off, what was your MOS?
What's that? Oh, I was in the Air Force. It was AFA. I was in the Air Force. It's called the AFSC. I was in fuels, so we fueled up aircraft. We managed a fuel facility and dealt with cryogenics.
A boomer.
Yeah.
You were a boomer.
Well,
That's a fun job, though. Like,
I didn't love being in the military, to be honest. It was good for me. It was good for me. There was parts of it I liked, but overall, I was happy to get out at the time, at least.
exactly.
Yeah.
We're doing what we love right now, which is not being in the military.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, hey, I appreciate the conversation, all right? All right, take care. All right. Anyways. You probably voted for Kamala Harris, didn't you? Okay. Yes, the Air Force does not have MOS. AFSC. Shell, no, I was doing one, but then we just started talking about random stuff, so I just don't have a background. We're just talking about random shit right now. That's it. All right, we got another caller coming on then. We'll see what we're going to talk about right now. Hello, how you doing? Hello, how you doing? Going. Hold on. Hello, how you doing?
Doing well. And you?
I'm doing great. I just need to know your age, please. How old are you?
I'm in my 40s.
You're in your 40s. All right. What's on your mind?
Well, I just ran across your YouTube channel.
It's really. It's. Hold on. It's very difficult to hear you. It's very difficult to hear you. You sound like you're in like a.
Let me just get off my headset here. Hang on.
Okay.
There, is that better?
It is. Yes. Well, sort of. You there? You sound very choppy. Very, very choppy.
Can you hear me okay?
Now I do. I heard that. What's up?
Okay, well, like I said, first time caller. I just ran across the channel a little bit. And I've asked to a couple of different streamers, and they can't seem to answer the question.
What's the question?
Well, okay, so it called Obama the deporter-in-chief, right? I mean, he had more deportations and more turnaways, and he secured the border, right?
Uh-huh.
I mean, he even ran on it when he went up against Hillary Clinton. That was the thing he ran on. And she ran on the same thing. She said the exact same thing.
Okay. So what's your question?
So, how come it's racist for Trump to want to secure the border, but it wasn't when Obama did it?
Is this a genuine question?
Yeah, I'm genuinely asking. Yes.
Oh, I don't think you're genuinely asking, because that's a really stupid question. Nobody says it's racist right now. I don't know anybody that says it's racist to deport people. So you have a fundamental misunderstanding of things. So. No, I think you hear what you want to hear. Yeah, I think you hear what you want to hear. No, I don't know anybody that says it's racist to deport somebody.
You can literally Google it. The left did call Trump a racist for wanting to build the border wall.
The left is who? Meaning who? You're speaking to me. You're not speaking to somebody else. It's not racist to deport somebody.
Well, then how come they keep on calling him a racist for doing it? For, upgrading ICE and deporting illegal aliens or illegal migrants. I guess the proper term is migrants. I mean, they keep on calling him a racist for doing it.
Yeah, so, again, I don't know really anybody on the left, depending on how far left we're talking about. Nobody's against deporting people that are here without the proper documentation. I don't know anybody that's against that. So again, you seem to have a fundamental misunderstanding of this. right? It's the way, number one, is being done with ICE. That's a problem, which I'm sure you probably don't give a fuck about, how they've unlived people and they're not being investigated. Yeah, people have a problem with that. With like Renee Good, for example, murdered, no investigation. And then the other guy, I can't think of the other guy's name off the top of my head for some reason, but other guy murdered in plain fucking sight, no fucking investigation. Yeah, people have a problem with that.
But you still think
Alex
they didn't call him a
Preddy, what's that? What's up?
Alex Preddy? Well, yeah, he did have a gun, and unfortunately.
So because somebody has a gun, they deserve to get murdered? I thought you guys are the Second Amendment. What the fuck happened to the Second Amendment? Now, you're justifying murder right now. The guy had one. He didn't pull it out. He was... I know. But they're not being investigated at all. And they're not allowed to be investigated. So they can do whatever the fuck they want. The courts ruled that they don't have to be investigated. Yeah, so people have a problem with that.
I'm just like I said, I'm just wondering why they keep on calling him a racist, and they even though Obama did the exact same thing.
Because nobody's calling Trump racist for deporting people. You have a fundamental misunderstanding. Nobody's calling Trump a racist for simply just deporting people. The whole premise of your question is skewed. It's all fucked up. No. People call Trump racist for other reasons, and we could go over that, but it's not just because he deports people.
Okay, so what other reasons are they calling him a racist?
Yeah, so we could certainly go over that. I doubt you're going to have a problem with some of these. So, are you
I'm just trying to learn, man.
Are you familiar with the Central Park, the Central Park 5? Do you remember that?
All those years ago, yeah.
Yeah, all right. So he took out a full page on the newspaper about them, calling for the death penalty for them after they were considered after they were innocent, after they were found to be innocent. That's a little racist, sure.
Well, what were they accused of? That just refresh my memory.
What's that?
What were they accused of? The Central Park 5? What were they accused of? Just to refresh my memory.
Attacking a jogger in Central Park. So after they were fully exonerated by their DNA, Trump still put an ad out on them to calling for the death penalty of them.
Okay.
So that's one of them. Also, the DOJ, they sued Trump for when he was with one of the apartments for discriminating against black people. He was literally sued for that, for discriminating against black people, not allowing them into the apartments.
Well, he's actually kind of the least racist person that's out there.
I just gave you two examples of him being racist. I just gave you two examples.
I know, but if he was really a racist, do you think he would have been put on the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
Yeah, that's not how racism works.
A sitcom that was actually primarily black
Right.
actor.
So that's not how racism works, buddy. So that's why I knew this wasn't going to be a genuine.
I'm just saying, if he was really truly a racist.
That's why I knew this wasn't going to be a genuine conversation. That's why I knew this wasn't going to be a genuine conversation, because you don't have a good understanding of really anything at all. I gave you two examples, two heavy examples of it, and you don't give a fuck about it. He was literally sued. He was literally sued for being racist, for not allowing black people into the apartments. And what's your response to that? Hey, what's your response to that? Is that racist?
For what now?
The DOJ, they sued Trump for discriminating against black people for the apartments, for not allowing. Yes, for discriminating against them. What?
When was it?
1973, and then the Central Park thing was 1989. Also, Trump, we could talk about Trump with the whole birther thing with Obama constantly saying that he was from fucking Kenya or whatever the hell that he constantly said. This whole stupid conspiracy theory was ridiculous, which was started by Trump or perpetuated by Trump. Yeah, that's probably a racist thing to do. Doubt he would have done that if he was white. 3 heavy examples right there.
I doubt that he would have. I doubt he wouldn't have gotten the NAACP award if he was really racist.
Excuse me?
NAACP award.
Okay, so again, you're not engaging in the conversational. I'm giving you examples, and you just seem to be glossing over it because you don't know how to respond to it. Respond to what I'm saying. Like, this is how conversations work. It's almost like you've never had a conversation before. It's ridiculous.
I'm learning about these kind of things right now.
How did you not know about these things? Trump has been around in the public for, at least in relation to politics, for 10 fucking years. How do you not know about these things? Are you walking around blindfolded? Like, it seems like you're walking around blindfolded. What about this? Are you going to find an excuse for this one? What about him being civilly liable for sexually abusing Eugene Carroll? Is that okay? We're not talking about racism now, but we're talking about something else.
The Eugene Carroll thing never happened.
Yes, it's all made up. Yep, you're right. Everything bad that happens to Trump is made up. It's all fake news. Yeah, exactly.
No, she just admitted that the left actually paid her from a stipend from McGee.
Excuse me?
She got a huge settlement to say that Trump did that to her. And by the way,
no, see, you don't understand these things. You don't understand these things. She was already a millionaire prior to this, by the way. She didn't need more money. She didn't start the case. What happened was she wrote a book. Trump sued her for defamation because it was mentioned, not even by name, that she was raped by someone. And he sued her, even though his name wasn't in there. That sounds pretty fucking guilty. So in order to prove that, they had to go to court about it. He had 2 years to provide his DNA to show that it wasn't his. That would have proved his innocence. Didn't do that. That looks guilty as fuck. He also said that he couldn't have raped her because he wasn't attracted to her. Yet, when shown a picture of them, he thought it was his ex-wife. Weird. Also, he said he never met her, and then they were showing a picture of them together. 3 lies. Looks pretty fucking guilty.
At a ball gala where we meet a lot of people, and he actually did that. How could there was no police report? No rape kit. It's the same thing with Justice Kavanaugh. When
Listen.
Justice Kavanaugh was going, let me finish thought, please. When Justice Kavanaugh was going to get certified for the Supreme Court, all of a sudden, a rape allegation from out of nowhere, from 20-some years ago, pops up with no police report, no rape kit, no eyewitness.
We're not doing this. Listen, we're not doing this. We're not going to do this whole bullshit thing where you just think every guy is perfect and doesn't rape people, all right? Yeah, a lot of women don't come out at first because they're scared because of people like you, because they accuse them of fucking lying. And yeah, some women aren't going to say anything until the guy that raped them starts becoming in a position of power. Yeah, sure, they're probably going to say something at that point. But it shouldn't come as a surprise that Trump raped somebody, right? Like, all of his actions point towards it. Like you're acting like it's some crazy surprise. And I want you to acknowledge, we're not talking about Kavanaugh. I want you to acknowledge, shut up. I want you to acknowledge that Trump had 2 years to provide his DNA with Eugene Carroll and didn't do so. Can you acknowledge that?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, so that looks pretty fucking guilty. That looks pretty goddamn guilty, okay? He also claimed he never met her and then shown a picture of them together. That looks weird too, right? That's a weird lie.
He doesn't remember meeting her.
Okay, fuck off. You're just fucking justifying this shit. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Not talking to somebody who's fucking gonna victim blame 24 fucking 7 and think Trump is perfect. Like, the dude fucking talks about shit all the goddamn time. That he walks in on the beauty pageant thing that he owned, just walked in on them. He talks about all of these goddamn things. It shouldn't be a goddamn surprise, dude. Fuck. And again, she's not even the one who's... I'm not talking to him. He's not even on the phone anymore. But she's not even the one that started the fucking civil suit. Or initiated it, right? It had proved the defamation. But... And again, his name wasn't even mentioned in the book. It looks pretty goddamn weird that he would say... that he would assume it's about him, even though his name wasn't mentioned. Again, it looks really fucking guilty. But Trump can do no wrong. He can do no wrong, apparently. I cannot wait in 5, 10, 50, 20 years from now, when people look back at this and shame all of the people that voted for him and continue to support him. I cannot wait for all of you guys to feel like complete fucking shit. For continuing to support a fucking... a guy who has done nothing good for the fucking country. A guy who's just a horrible fucking human being. A guy who can't handle a single bit of criticism. Anytime something bad said about him, it's, you're rude, you're nasty, it's fake news. The guy's a fucking pussy. He can't handle a single fucking criticism. Like, I've literally never seen anybody who is a bigger fucking pussy than him. Sorry, guys, if you don't like that word, but whatever. Sorry. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, learn how to handle, like, some fucking criticism. You do it all the time, dude. You can dish it out all the time. You can call people nicknames all the time. Stupid fucking nicknames like you're a child. Anybody says something about you, you cry like a fucking baby. Like, it's just weak. Yeah, they bow down to him. It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. People still supporting him at this point. Thank you, Edison. And I hope the people that still support him feel like shit for as long as possible. I hope you guys feel fucking guilty. I hope you guys feel bad. I hope you never get a moment of peace because you fucking hate yourself so much when you realize that you voted for this guy and supported this guy. Yeah, I'm on YouTube also. They won't. Same people that supported Bush and pretend they didn't know. Yeah, but that's a little different with Bush. Like, you're right. The people that did vote for Bush and support him, none of them seem to really talk about it now. None of them seem to acknowledge that they fell for the stupid weapons of mass destruction lie. You're right. A lot of them are just kind of hiding that fact. And you're right. People may do that with Trump, but Trump is like, Bush was bad, right? Bush was stupid. He was bad. Not even remotely to the degree that we're talking about with Trump, though. Like, we're talking light year differences. So, thank you, Texas. We're talking like light years of differences here. So, they may not consciously feel bad, right? It may not be on the surface, but they will feel like shit just as a human being. Like, that negative feeling will be in there, whether they acknowledge it or not. I just don't know how you can continue to support a guy who's lied about basically everything. The guy said no new wars, but we're in a war right now that's costing us hundreds of billions of dollars. That's killing Americans. That's killing Iranians. That's ruining our infrastructure. A guy that said he was going to lower gas and groceries, but they're not lower. Fucking inflation is higher than it was on day one. What is better right now? What single thing is fucking better right now because of Trump? Nothing. All the meanwhile is still trying to instill the idea that the election in November will be rigged because he knows that Republicans are going to lose. So the only fucking excuse that they can have is, oh, they're rigged again. That's his go-to fucking thing. So when Democrats do well in the primaries, to whatever degree that they do, whether it's by a lot or a little bit, he will say they're rigged. Every fucking time. If he loses, it's rigged. If he wins, it's not rigged. Seriously, I don't know like any, like my niece and nephew, like as bad as like sore losers as they can be, they're still not as big of a sore loser as Trump. And they're like 6 and 9, 5 and 8, whatever. Like it's ridiculous. I think we were. Yeah, I don't know. They do think that like we view the Democrats on the left as they view Trump. I don't give a fuck about Harris. I don't mean that in a bad way, but like, I don't know. I don't worship her. I wasn't a huge fan of her in terms of like policy wise and things like that, in the sense that I felt like she could have been much further left. But is what we had. But no, I don't know anybody on the left that views any politician, any Democrat politician, the same way that they view Trump. I really don't. Thank you, Alex. Okay, so now this guy's using Hillary Clinton as an excuse. Sure. She conceded the next day, you stupid fuck. She literally conceded the next day. The next morning. So, no, she's not saying it's rigged. But again, Trump, anytime he loses, it's rigged. The guy cannot lose. It's rigged. Everything is against him. The whole world is against him. He's a perpetual fucking victim. Like, the guy 6 years later still fucking can't handle the idea that he lost in 2020. He had a fucking bitch about it on television the other week. Because he still is fucking upset about his loss 6 fucking years ago. And the shittiest thing is, you fucking idiots buy into it. Some of you guys are so fucking stupid that you will actually believe it's rigged. Because either you're so fucking stupid or you're such a sore loser that you also can't accept it. It's either one. I don't know. Or both. Oh, man. Yes, it is late. It's almost midnight. It is very, very infuriating. Very. If you guys are enjoying live, click the follow button on the top left of TikTok. If you're watching on the tube, make sure you subscribe. The majority accepted the election. His words aren't his voters' words. Yeah, well, listen, that's not true at all. That's one of the dumbest things I also fucking seen or read. What do you think January 6th was about? You think January 6th would have fucking happened if he didn't constantly bitch and cry that it was rigged? And no, TikTok, I'm not saying it was rigged. Trump is saying it. Don't give me a fucking violation for it. I am saying what this stupid fucking president is saying. TikTok. His voters absolutely believed it was rigged because they also are perpetual fucking victims and or just stupid idiots who can't also accept the loss. Who knows? But yeah, January 6th clearly fucking happened because of him. That never happened on any other January 6th in history until the guy cried and cried and cried and cried that it was rigged. Yeah, so clearly that was because of him. Doesn't take a fucking genius to figure that out. Hero Reagan lost twice prior to winning. Yeah, because no other president is that big of a whatever word I can't say on TikTok. They all were able to accept that they lost, except him. I think all of these people just have really, really, really deep-seated daddy issues. Like I think all of these guys do, personally. They treat Trump as their long-lost dad. They have some crazy, insane daddy issues. And so whatever he does takes place of their father figure that they never had because dad walked out on you because they fucking hated you when you were 3 years old. I don't know. So you guys, this whole personality is based off of that. What the fuck are you going to do when he's gone? What are you going to do with your life? What's your personality going to be? What are your views going to be? Your views are Trump's views. Any opinion he has is your opinion. Like, are you going to have opinions after he's gone? Probably not. You won't know how to think. The Musk obsession, yeah, it's to a lower degree, but similar. Yeah. It's Saturday, where I go outside. Why would I go outside at midnight? Oh yeah, we're getting the triple K or Democrats. Tell me you don't know a single fucking thing about history without telling me you don't know a single goddamn fucking thing about history. God damn it, you guys are stupid. They have major psychological issues. Like they also think that we vote based on like fucking teams like they do. Their entire fucking personality is, again, Trump and sport team mentality. That's all it is. So they think we are so obsessed with Democrats as they are with Trump and Republicans and MAGA. They think that our personality is Democrats. Therefore, anything that Democrats have done in the past, we are responsible for, and we have to take fucking guilt for that. Because the Democrats 150 years ago, because they were pro-slavery. Okay, yeah, that means we're right now pro-slavery. Cool, good logic, buddy. Me8, thank you so much for the super chat. If you guys are on TikTok, it's spelled VEEME8. Says most of these people don't even know the mayor of their own town, but they're so stupid they think they can talk public policy and geopolitics. Thank you, VME. That really means a lot. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, like, I don't understand what the Democrats 150 years ago has to do with me now. That has fucking nothing to do with me. Thank you for the follow, Andre. VMe, thank you again for the super chat. WVMe in the chat again is VEEME8. Thank you so much. These idiots used to cheat off my test in government and history class in high school. Now they want to tell me how I'm wrong. Thank you so much. That really means a lot. I know. And we were talking about this earlier. It's the same people who don't like calling this like a democratic republic or a representative democracy because it has the word Democrat in it. And can't have the word Democrat. It must be a bad thing. That's how little they know about anything as it relates to politics or government. Trump is watching me right now. Good. He has nothing better to do with his life than watch me. Okay. Yeah, all right, David Runner. Why don't you go ahead and provide evidence? Trump tried in 60 plus of his court cases, lost all fucking of them, all fucking 60 plus of them. So, yeah, maybe that's not working out for him. You know, maybe again, accept the L. Give me a court case in which he won that showed that there was any evidence of that, buddy. Or are you just going to keep bitching in the comment section? There's one guy that's bitching in the comment section of YouTube, by the way. That's who I'm pretty much talking to at this point. At least I'm making him feel validated, right? I'm giving him some purpose right now. I'm not reading really your comments too much, man. I'm just kind of talking out because all of you guys are the same. So, Ryan, I stream on a different platform. This isn't my main platform. But there's 5,600 reviews, Ryan. Learn how to read. I better run away? Okay, buddy. They are very loud in the comments. This David dude will never call on Ed. He is way too stupid and weak and whatever fucking word to call on. And this guy will never, ever call on. And he's just going to hide in the comments. And I bet you this guy's going to be so obsessed with me that he's going to be in any of my future lives. I predict this guy is going to be a new fucking, a new fan of me, a new obsessed fan. I bet you this guy's going to be one of them. What's up, Rook? Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. My new buddy. Yeah, no, he's going to be in the comments for a while, I think. But hey, it's okay. All of us are the same sounds closed-minded. That's not what closed-minded means. How do you guys not know what words mean? Closed-minded is not me saying, oh, you guys are the same. That's a generalization, not closed-minded. Learn how to use words. Like, what the absolute fuck? Apparently it's closed-minded for me to say they're all the same. I mean, yeah, if you are part of MAGA, yes, you are. You are all the same. You guys all are incapable of criticizing Trump. You guys are all incapable of acknowledging that he lost in 2020. You guys can't say one single bad thing about him. Yeah, so you guys are all the same. Ironically enough, Amazon, okay? Ironically enough. I get the reference there, Callie. I like it. I only have empathy for all the women and children he assaulted. Well, yes. Yes. Well, I mean, most of these people weren't voters prior to him. Like, these people don't actually care about politics at all. They just like being a part of a team and feeling welcome. So, like, yeah, they lack critical thinking skills. It's because they're not actually interested in politics. They're not actually interested in any of these things. They just want to feel like they're winning. They want to feel like that they have a daddy figure. And as soon as Trump goes away, literally or metaphorically, they will also go away. They will go away along with him. Thank you for subscribing, Terminal. I appreciate that. They listen to clips on Facebook. That's most of where their information comes from. Yes. What is my stance or perfect government? What do you mean? Terminal 7, thank you. Thank you, Grant. Appreciate you. He's still doing it. Guys, if you want to check him out, he's just this one guy who just cannot leave me alone in the tube. Why do you support the slave owners, the Democrat Dixiecrats? Hey, buddy, who fucking flies the Confederate flag? Who today flies the Confederate flag, David? Answer that question. Maybe you can answer one single question. What would your goal be that you stand for or fight appealing to the masses on YouTube? What would your goal be that you stand to fight? Well, no, why I do the streams, if that's why you're asking, kind of close. The reason why I do the streams... All right, David, you're done. You're muted. Goodbye. Goodbye. so long. No more of you, David. Goodbye. But I'll answer your question, kind of clueless. I personally do the streams. Well, number one, I started doing it completely for fun. Totally for fun when I did them. I was just interested in politics, wanted to talk to people. It was just a thing I just did initially for fun. And I did it for well over a year. And at first when I did it like really randomly. And then at some point there were some people who like would come back into my live after doing it. And then so I started doing it a little bit more often because some people said that they liked it. I started enjoying it more, so I continued with it. And at some point, yeah, people just started following me a little bit more. They enjoyed it, whatever. And so I did it for like well over a year, probably a year and a half before it became something that like that I did for a living. So it was never my goals to do that. Like I didn't even really think about that. I had my 9-to-5 job. I would do it after work some days, and yeah. So at some point, it just became a I guess a quote unquote job, so to speak. Let me read this other super chat. BP79190, thank you so much. It says, Doug, here's another super chat to piss off David and the rest of the Trump supporting losers. Thank you, BP. You are the best. I appreciate you. Yeah, so I did this for like a solid year and a half before it became like anything job-wise, I guess you can say. But as far as the reason why I do it, to answer your question, because I didn't really answer it yet, I do it for educational reasons, because there are a lot of people who watch the lives who I know are getting educated, learning different things. I know that because when I first started watching lives, I started getting really educated on different things. I learned a bunch of different stuff about different topics that I didn't really know about a whole lot. So I do that, and I do get a lot of feedback telling me that they learned some things, and so on and so forth. As far as the debates go, I don't expect anybody that I talk to or anybody that I debate with to necessarily change their minds. It happens on rare occasions, but I don't really expect that. That's not my motivation. When it does, it's nice to hear, but it's really more so for the chat, because I think the chat, again, can become educated. And there's a lot of people who watch the lives who don't participate in the chat, in the comments, and they may not have strong opinions either way. So if they see me debating with somebody and there's a solid argument given, I feel like they definitely learned something, right? And that's personally why when I debate, and I know I have my moments where I get annoyed at them and swear at them, whatever, but I try to be more calm about it, because I think people are more apt to wanting to listen to somebody who's calm and not screaming at somebody constantly. At least that's how I felt when I watched live streams initially. I didn't personally like watching the ones who would like go off on the guests right away. While it was entertaining, I didn't like it for educational purposes, because like I wanted to learn something, So that's why I tried to do that approach more so, because I do believe the average person is more likely to want to listen if I'm not screaming at somebody. But if it gets to that point, I have to. There are times where I have to scream at them. So, but that's why, educational reasons mostly. And yeah, I mean, to whatever degree that is, I do feel like I'm doing something meaningful. I feel like I am doing something that's making a difference. To whatever degree, whether it's an incredibly small degree or bigger, whatever, I don't know. I feel like me doing this, how do I say this? I feel like I'm doing something more productive. I'm doing something more, more beneficial than when I was even in the military. Like when I was in the military, I didn't really feel like I was doing something. I didn't feel like I was like doing something meaningful. I didn't really feel like I was doing something that like advanced my life or other people's lives. When I do this, I get that feeling though, for sure. So yeah, I feel like I make a bigger difference doing this than when I was in the military, 100%. Having said that, though, most of you guys already know, because most of you guys have been following me for a while, I still train people. I'm a personal trainer, so this is not the sole thing that I do. I am a personal trainer, which I do enjoy a lot as well, and that I also feel like I'm doing something beneficial too. But I don't bring it up enough. I should. I do offer online training. Having said all of that, I do offer online training. I don't bring that up nearly enough. I probably should, but I don't always like. I don't like. I know I tell you guys to tap and share and all that stuff, but I hate having to do that. Really, like I don't want to have to do that. Like it would be just easier if I didn't do those things. But I guess this is something I want to do. I guess I have to do it. I'm glad your personal trainer doesn't seem to push supplements. Nope, I do not push supplements. I think most supplements are bullshit. So, no, I do not push supplements. And of the supplements that do work, we're talking like a % difference in your progress. And that's probably me being generous. Yeah, you can call in, kinda, if you want. Kinda clueless. You can call in. I will be wrapping this up somewhat soon, though, guys, because it is a little past midnight. I have a 10 a.m. client. And I just want to make sure I get my 8 hours of sleep. It's important to me. But yes, you can call on then if you want. Calm debates with relevance are the best. Yeah, again, I always start off the debates or conversations calm and trying to be polite. That's always my default until otherwise happens. Yeah, I personally don't. I don't like watching different creators that are an a-hole to the guest right off the bat. I don't like that. But everybody runs their thing differently. That's fine. Truth, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Dougie? How's your Saturday night, man?
Good. I just need to know your age. How old are you?
I'm a fully grown man.
I just need you to say a number, please. It's for TikTok terms of service.
Over 18.
What's up?
I don't know. What are you doing tonight, man?
Here I'm streaming. Do you have anything? Any questions?
Why don't you got
whatever
one of your
about politics?
stupid slogans up?
What do you mean?
You usually have your GAY slogans or your seed oils or some other crap.
Oh, you seem to know me pretty well.
You got a resist fascism flag, dude? That is GEY, man. Come on, dude.
Oh, so you support fascism? So you support fascism then?
No, you're the fascist.
Okay, so you're against fascism then. Good.
You sound vaxxed. You sound
what's fascism?
And boosted.
Hey, what's fascism? Tell me what fascism is.
Fascism is when they make you take an experimental medical product to keep your job.
No, try again. What's fascism? That's
totally
not fascism.
On board with that.
So try again.
Is making somebody wear a mask over their face.
Yeah, that's not fascism, buddy.
Is.
Yeah, that's not. Can you try again? Yeah, so give me the definition of fascism. You got it. Hey, dude, you have to give me the definition of fascism without crashing out and sounding like an idiot. Try again.
I already gave you two.
That's not a definition. That's not a definition. That's not a definition. What you tried to get, what you tried to do was give an example, even though those aren't examples. Right, that wouldn't be a definition. Now tell me the definition of fascism. Try again. Listen, I want you to prove to me that you actually know anything about politics. Give me the definition of fascism.
Oppressing others is exactly.
That's not fascism. That is not fascism.
It's synonymous with authoritarianism. And communism on some degree.
Nope.
Yes, it is.
You don't know anything. Fascism is a far right authoritarian thing. Communism would be on the further left. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know anything about this. You are clueless when it comes to these things. You are absolutely clueless. And the worst part is you don't even know you're clueless, and that's the fucking hardest part about this. You think you're smart. That's what makes this so frustrating.
Oh, you vaxxed. You double vaxxed, man.
Yep, see, there it is. You don't know anything. You're just talking point. You're talking point after talking point. You don't have a single original thought.
Right.
Give me an original thought.
Corporate LGB.
Give me an original thought. Give me an original thought. That's not an original thought. Not an original thought. Not an original thought. Give me an original thought.
You want to infiltrate every institution in America and fill it up with your JEW degradatory.
JEW. Okay, so now we're doing anti-Semitism. So we did the homophobia to start. We're doing anti-Semitism. What else do you got, man? What else? What else? You did the anti-Semitism. You got the homophobia. What else? Give me another one.
Charlie Kirk, man. People like you unalive Charlie Kirk. That's
You're right. You're right. I solely did it. Sure, and I got away with it too. Anyways, I got somebody calling on YouTube. I can't imagine they're dumb. I can't imagine that they're dumber than you. So let's try. Hello? Well, I was wrong, guys. This person is dumber. Well, I proved myself wrong. All right, let's try this one out. All right. Running out of steam here, guys. Not going to lie. Running out of steam here. What's up?
Hi.
Hi. How old are you?
I'm born in 1994. I'm 31 or 32. I forget.
Okay. What's up?
Well, I figured I'd call in, talk to you, see. I was curious what your stance is and what your goal is.
Yeah. Goal as far.
You mentioned before.
The goal as far as what?
Sorry. As far as like, what is your perfect government? Are you aiming for like Democrats, socialism, communism? I'm assuming are you independent?
My perfect government? Yeah, I'm definitely further left than any Democrat you would have in office right now, for sure. I think most of the Democrats in office right now are like center. Some of them are center right. So my views are definitely to the left of them. If you're asking about like my personal views.
Okay. So as far as like what aspects? So like as far as healthcare goes, you would be in favor of taxing us more for more free healthcare, or what is your stance on
I don't think we need to necessarily tax us more. We're already taxed enough. Everything that we spend on the Iran war right now could have been used for free healthcare, for universal healthcare. We have the money to do it. We just choose not to.
As far as the Iran war comparison, we could do that just as far as the military in general, because we do spend a lot in the military.
I agree. We spend way too much, and I think we should have a strong military. I'm not against that. I think it's important to. But when we're spending well over $1 trillion on the military, yeah, I think we can definitely help the people out in the United States by providing universal health care. That would be.
Do you believe that helps?
That would be better. I mean, listen, we already pay so much into the system. We would be paying less over a period of time by doing that. So it's a no-brainer. You would be saving money, and people would be getting better healthcare.
So would you be an advocate as far as like things? I've seen things mentioned as far as like SNAP benefits and EBT, where we remove soda and remove potato chips, stuff like that from EBT. Would you be opposed to that?
I don't think we should be dictating what people who are, I don't know how to phrase it, like, I don't know, want to say like less fortunate, but people who are on those things, I don't think we should dictate what foods they should be eating. I think, because the reason why people say that is because they want to be more fiscally responsible, right? I think there's other ways to be able to save money and be fiscally responsible by telling people what food they should or shouldn't be eating. I think we're talking about pennies there in relation to other things.
I mean, there's certainly a point to be made there, but on the other side, there is no nutritional value to like potato chips, soda.
Well,
I mean, if somebody is actually starving, which is what EBT actually aims to help, right? Mm-hmm. That's the whole goal of it. If you are starving, the price of a bag of potato chips versus a bag of rice, I mean, I know it's nickel and dime in here, but at the same time, you add the massive population and where ABT actually goes to, you would be essentially wasting a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, listen, again, we're talking about such little money in the grand scheme of things. I just think ethically we shouldn't be telling people what food they should and shouldn't be eating. And by definition, there is nutritional value in those foods. Now, you're talking about, are there like is it micronutrient dense and things like that? No, but having a bag of chips and a soda versus nothing is light years better. And listen, I'm a personal trainer. I think people should be eating healthy. I think people should be working out and all that. So I'm not coming from that perspective, but as far as what we put towards SNAP, we put $100 billion towards SNAP. Again, there are other things that we could be reallocating that would make that a negligible thing, what you referenced.
Okay, so I mean, just to concur with each other, So you wouldn't necessarily be opposed if we were to pass a law to go against canceling potato chips and soda. I mean, I know you feel it would be a waste of time, but you wouldn't necessarily be opposed.
No, I would be opposed to it. I don't think we should be dictating what foods people on SNAP should be eating.
But if it's taxpayer funded, then we would have a choice. I mean, it would make sense for everybody to have a choice and to have a vote as far as the law goes on the spending of the taxpayer money.
Yeah, if people vote for it and that's what it ends up being, then that's what it ends up being. I'm just saying I am against that. But by the way, SNAP represents like less than 2% of all federal spending. That's why it's something I don't care about, because we're talking about less than 2%. It's small.
Well, now, in all fairness, the Democrat stance is a minority stance for the most part, isn't it?
No. If you look at it by the views, the average person is a lot more progressive. If you don't put the label upon it, your average person is more pro-choice. Your average person is more so for universal health care, for having reasonable laws on guns and things like that. By and large, people are more left-leaning when you don't put the label upon it.
Yeah, and I do see. Now, I'm not necessarily like your last caller, like where you got that strong stance Republican. I am for free healthcare. I think removing fraud from it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. I know that there's a lot of debate and conflict over that, but as far as looking into fraud, especially if you find fraud, I don't think it's a bad thing to remove it.
Well, I think if we're looking at fraud, we should be looking at the guy who's in office right now, who has engaged He's engaged in more insider trading this last year than Nancy Pelosi did in the last 25 years. I'm a little more concerned about that.
You're more concerned about one guy versus the entire country.
I'm concerned about a guy who's taking advantage of his presidential power, who's made billions.
That's what I said. I said you're more concerned about one guy than the entire country's fraud potential.
No, I'm concerned that people vote for a guy who was found civilly liable for raping somebody. I'm concerned that people voted for a guy who has 30 plus fucking charges, felonies. I'm concerned that people thought he was a good pick. Yeah.
We're derailing. We're talking about fraud.
No, I understand that, but Republicans don't give a fuck about fraud, right? If the guy in office right now is engaging in.
But you're talking to me, not Republican. You're talking to me, not Republicans. You can't put a broad stance of all Republicans.
You voted for him, yeah? You voted for him, yeah?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and I assume you still support him?
I do.
Okay, well then this is a valid argument to have. You're supporting a guy who has done, again, the Iran war. He said that he wasn't going to have any new wars, right? But we're now spending hundreds of billions of dollars in a war that we didn't have to be in. Gas prices are $4 plus a gallon because of him.
If you want to change the subject, we can change the subject.
We're not changing the subject. You're talking about fraud, and I'm talking about the guy who's the biggest fraudster ever, who's president.
Which is one guy versus the entire country.
Yeah, because he's the president of the United States, and we should have better standards for the president.
So then just say, yes, I am more concerned with one person's fraud versus the entire country's potential fraud.
No. I'm concerned that people voted for this guy and that people thought he was a good pick. I think when it comes to being fiscally responsible, Republicans are not it. If you go back to Reagan, they have always increased the deficit. Every single Republican or every single Democrat has lowered the deficit. If you go back to Reagan, they're not fiscally responsible Republicans.
Are you concerned that the voters are causing fraud?
There is no voter fraud. That's something that Trump tells you guys because he can't handle losing.
Okay, so then back to the original question, which is, are you more concerned with one person's fraud versus the entire country's potential of fraud?
What fraud are you referring to?
Well, as far as Nick Shirley.
What's that?
The fraud that he brought up from Minnesota, not brought out, but necessarily just showcased.
What fraud are you referring to?
Have you seen Nick Shirley?
I'm aware. Yeah, what fraud are you referring to?
Well, he had some pretty obvious viral videos as far as like the Leering Center. You know, I hate to put it like that, but
Yeah. So what fraud are you referring to, and how much money does this amount to?
so that's not where I was going with this.
No, but
My
you
point
mentioned
was
it.
that
You mentioned that there's all this fraud that Nick Shirley exposed. What fraud are you referring to, and how much money does it amount to?
Well, what I said was potential of fraud. So you have a journalist that's out there showing the potential of fraud.
What do you mean? What do you mean by potential of fraud? What does that mean?
It means that there is the possibility of fraud in this situation.
What possibility?
So you have a guy
What possibility?
What do you mean, what possibility?
You-
That's why I was asking. Have you seen Nick Shirley? Have you seen the viral? You referenced that you did see it.
I'm aware of Nick Shirley is. I'm asking you to provide the evidence that he supposedly has.
Okay, so the evidence within the video, which you said you saw.
And what was the
So
evidence?
when he went to the Leering Center, he knocked on the doors.
So knocking on doors? Knocking on doors is evidence of fraud?
I mean, if you want to break it down to just one subject and straw man it, sure.
It seems like you're more concerned with that than which is, again, like pennies on the dollar. It's just odd that that's your concern. When, again, the guy that you voted for has increased his net worth by $2 billion since becoming president, and you don't give a fuck about that.
Okay, so just to be clear, and I'm willing to change to a different subject, but just to be clear, our previous engagement on that was that, now you're not willing to say yes or no, but you are way more concerned with just one individual's possibility of fraud, which is Trump, versus...
Oh, it's not a possibility. We know it. It's not a possibility. You're more concerned with people of a certain skin color supposedly engaging in fraud with no evidence at all. I'm more concerned with the guy who is president, who we know engaged in fraud, who we know has. So yeah, there is a bit of a difference. And I'm more concerned with him not spending hundreds of billions of dollars in Iran. I'm more concerned with him not adding more to ICE, right? So you don't care about fraud. You don't care about wasteful spending.
Wait, just to be clear, did you imply that I'm a racist?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, now what evidence do you have to base on that?
Well, I think voting for Trump probably already would insinuate such, but it seems like what you're talking about with Nick Shirley, you're talking about people of a certain skin color that you seem to be really concerned with. What fraud does this amount to? What proof of fraud do you have? What proof of it do you have?
The possibility.
So you're more concerned with the possibility of fraud from people of a certain skin color rather than known fraud from the President of the United States. Known fraud.
I have not answered one way or the other as far as the President of the United States.
You voted for the guy and you still support him. You still support him.
Correct.
You're right. So you're supporting a guy who is engaged in known fraud. This isn't speculation. The guy has jipped people out of the crypto thing. You don't give a fuck about this, it seems. His net worth has gone up by $2 billion. He has capitalized on his position left and right.
Which position? Which are you talking about the Melania coin?
There was the Trump coin and Melania coin that he did. Yep, that he did the rug pull on. That seems to be okay. I don't know why people are okay with that.
Well, no, it was never okay, and so many other people have.
But he's the president of the United States.
I mean, yeah, a lot of people have done it.
Yeah, but he's the president of the United States. Should be held to a higher standard. The president of the United States should be held to a higher standard. Yeah.
No, he is held to the same status.
No. The president should be held to a higher standard.
No, he's not a king. He is an equal.
I'm not saying he's a king. The guy wants to be a king. No, he should be held to a higher standard. No. The president should be held to a higher standard than you or me. Yes, that's insane that you think otherwise. Okay, great. So we'll hold the guy. So we'll allow a guy who's been found civilly liable for raping somebody. That's okay. A guy who's engaged in hundreds of millions of dollars of fraud. That's okay because we don't hold him to a higher standard. Let's just let it happen.
Do you believe we're all equal?
That's not how things work. The President of the United States should be held to a higher standard. Yes. It's wild that you think otherwise. It's insane that you think otherwise.
Yeah, we're breaking that down, but I'm saying you believe that everyone is included as equal.
Equal as far as what?
I feel like the answer's in the
No,
definition.
equal as far as what?
Is everyone equal in your eyes?
Equal as far as what?
I mean, as far as just relevance.
I don't know what that means. As far as relevance?
You don't know what relevance means?
Equal as far as relevance. I don't know what that means.
So, like, one person is not better than another person.
For what? Better for what?
For living. For living. Like, you wouldn't judge one person more than you would judge another person. You wouldn't judge one stranger just on the impact of meeting them more than you would judge another stranger on the impact of meeting them.
Yeah, we judge different people all the time. Yeah. Yeah, like your boss, right? Your boss is held to a different standard than somebody else, like than a different worker. Yeah, they're held to different standards. This should be obvious. The only reason why you don't want to admit it is because you know Trump is a horrible fucking human being, so you have to put him to a lower standard to accept him. That's the only reason why you're saying this.
He has a different job expectation, but he has the same moral standard.
No, we shouldn't have a president who cheated on all three of his wives, a guy who raped another fucking human being, and a guy who's engaged in hundreds of millions of dollars worth of fraud. That person should not be president.
Were you a fan of Biden or Obama by chance?
I'm not fans of politicians like you guys are with Trump.
Okay, so then what is your perfect government? What is your aim here?
You're now avoiding it. This isn't crashing out. You're okay with voting for a guy who raped another human being. And you're talking about it casually. Like you don't care. This is insane. This is why people are angry. Like, I don't understand how you don't get this. You voted for a rapist. A rapist.
Yes, I know you guys normally throw out all these...
It's not a thing I throw out. He was found legally responsible for raping another person, for forcibly inserting his fingers inside of her. Legally responsible. This isn't me making this up. The court of law found it so.
Rape was part of what the judge said after the court case closed.
Now, is inserting your fingers in somebody against their will, what is that?
Well, are we going to judge the character of the female as well?
You're now blaming her for being raped?
Well, I'm just asking, are we going to judge the character of the female?
Why the fuck would I judge her? She was great.
Why would you not? Is it not an equal standpoint?
Yeah, this is why you guys are just shitty fucking human beings. You cannot accept that the guy you voted for raped another person, so you're now putting it upon her. Fuck off, die. Shit, I shouldn't have said that, guys. I gotta end live. I'm sorry, guys. If you guys enjoyed the live, make sure you click the follow button on the top left. Make sure you subscribe to me. I shouldn't have said that. Bye. I'm sorry.